Alright, let's try this again. It was impossible to set it to stream horizontally for some reason. With all of the technology, YouTube and Google doesn't know that I want to stream horizontally. Let me check if we're streaming horizontally first. And if we have audio. Can anybody chat or say something? Hello from California, so somebody can see me. Is there video at all? Interesting why I cannot see myself. Hello from California, so somebody can see me. There we go. Hey, that looks... Is there video at all? That looks decent. Okay. Folks, so busy. Hopefully they leave us alone here in this cove. Hey, Vancouver. There we go. How is carp fishing in Canada? Houston. Oh my goodness. Folks, let me show you. People can catch up later. I want to show you what I'm going to throw in the water. Then we're going to sit down and chat. Let me show you here. This is live. No cheating. These two are just sweet corn. There it is. These two are sweet corn from Walmart on the hook. This is fake corn because I'm gonna cast it close to the bank. Close to the bank there is a lot of bluegill. Sweet corn is probably the best carp bait in the world if you have no bluegill and turtles. But close to the bank, close to the weeds, sweet corn will last 5 minutes, if that. So when I cast close to the bank, I put fake corn. This one here I'm gonna try to cast deep. Hopefully they leave it alone. This is, I kid you not, I took my kids' gummy vitamins. This is exactly what this is. My kids' gummy vitamins. Show you real close. That's what's going in the water. All right, let me set you up. Nice and comfy. We're gonna cast them in the water. And we're gonna spend a few hours here until the battery dies. And we will see if we can catch a carpic. What's the right angle? All right. Which one do we start with? Let's start with, let's get this guy out of here. This guy out of here. Let's cast the fake corn first. Cast the fake corn first. And make sure I flip the bail, because when I'm talking to somebody, I was talking to Richard Jean the other day. We were fishing this exact spot with Richard Jean. Because I was talking to him, I kept casting all day without flipping the bail of the reel. I snapped a bunch of rigs, I lost some bait. I mean, it was embarrassing. There is no other way to put it. It was just embarrassing. This is not my best cast. I don't know what you can see from there. I can cast better than this, I promise you. Not my best cast. I wonder why. Yeah, that's good. Maybe I put too much pack bait and it was kind of a bit too heavy. I don't know. Let's cast the gummy bear now. Now the gummy bear I need to cast really far to keep it away from channel cats, and because it's so sweet. I fished with gummy bear before. I know it can catch fish. Channel cats love vitamins. They love to eat healthy. You know how channel cats are. So as long as a channel cat doesn't eat it, we're gonna catch a carp on that gummy bear. Did you guys hear how I stopped the cast right before it hit the water? I do that on purpose to reduce the impact between the pack bait and the water surface, so it doesn't bomb so hard. First of all, your pack bait will break. Second of all, you're gonna spook everything in a 30-foot radius. So I do try to stop it just before it hits the surface, and it kind of falls a little bit softer. It's not gonna be soft. It's not gonna be soft, but whatever we can do to help it. Okay, I grab this rod, but it's this rod. Doesn't matter, just grab one and throw it in the water. Throw it that way. We're properly tangled here again. Properly tangled again. Yeah, open the bail. Open the bail now. Yeah, the bail is nice and good. And soft. And open. Let's go, which way? Let's go. Oh man. Whew. That went some distance. That's what you want when you have sweet corn. You want it in the middle of the river where the bluegill are afraid to go. Well, that's not a river, that's a lake, but there is a river channel in the middle of this cove, or creek channel, whatever you want to call it. And let's cast the last one. How am I going to cast the last one? The last one will be difficult because I want to go to the right. So my two options are, both of my options are not good. I can cast with my left hand from over there where I have space, or I can try to cast like this with my right hand. Both options are not good. But luckily, come on, man. Luckily, it doesn't matter because you don't have to cast that far to find carp. Woo! Happy with that cast. Okay, we have two good casts, one okay cast, and we have one that is kind of too close to the boat, and the fish will not be ready to come so close to the boat right away. Should we keep this stuff here? Let's put this here. I want to have a microphone close to the rods so you guys can hear the runs but not overheat because it's real sunny here. I don't know. We'll see. This way I can talk to you and you can still hear what's going on. Okay. Let's put the vitamins back so they don't completely melt. Put the corn somewhere in the shade. I'm gonna get us a drink here. How you guys doing? Let me sit down and catch up a little bit with some comments. Lift my legs, man. I love resting my feet on the cooler. Houston, Colorado. Carp fisherman myself, Jose. Beaufort, South Carolina. They bent corn in California for bait. They bent everything that is good and human in California altogether. Corn is your smallest concern. Big red Quaker corns and vanilla, something for carp. Quaker oats. Everybody loves oats. Me, not so much. To tell you the truth, I think the only reason people love them is because they're so cheap. And you can make a big bucket with $5. But they're so flaky. They don't sit on the feeder well. I use them too sometimes, but as a minor ingredient. I'll put like 20%, 25%. And before I put them, I will grind them a little bit through a food processor so they're not so big and flaky. And then I'll mix them with the rest of the stuff. But I like cereal, bread, that kind of stuff. Side fishing for carp. Now that I have not done. Hey, the picture is pretty decent. I don't know what the internet is here. I do see 3 bars, but I've never done that. When I get home, I'll check it out. If it's decent, I want to do it again because on the weekends it's so relaxing to do carp fishing. Right now, what is the air temp? It's gotta be, actually it's not as bad as last week, but it's still 88 or 90. And it's still hot, but I have the bimini top and I'm not moving when I'm carp fishing. So it's really relaxing. Except when you catch fish is a big chore. Catching fish, I can catch like 4 or 5 carp before I get too tired. After the 5th carp, my back literally starts to hurt. After the 5th carp. Now over here, they get spooked a little bit from the boat, but after 30 minutes, 40 minutes, sometimes even 1 hour, they will come back. And once they come back, oh, it's game on. I have one more rod, maybe I'll cast the 5th rod. But it's such a mess to pull these carp with too many rods. Everything gets tangled. That I want to give it 20 or 30 minutes to see how the bite is. if there's no bite at all, we're gonna cast the 5th rod also. But for right now, let me have a sip and I'll catch up with some questions. If anybody has questions about anything, carp or ultralight or tackle, what else? Good. Let's put this guy back here because I don't know how to put it here because I don't want it to spill, but if this drink gets out in the hot, it's worthless. I only enjoy it if it's cold. Okay. All right. Now, let me sit here a little bit. Can you guys see me over here? I don't want to sit in the sun. Huh, you still can't see me. Or maybe there's a long lag. Oh yeah, there's about 3 or 4 second lag. Good lag. Let's sit here for a second. What tackle? "12-foot rods that they use in Europe are, I have a bunch of those. I sold some, I still have 2 sets of 3. Completely inappropriate for American conditions. Completely inappropriate. They're for these big European lakes like Romania, Bulgaria. You have to cast far. Here in America, I have never been in conditions where I need to cast far. Never. Carp is not far. Unless you have very, very shallow lake, but I have not seen such shallow lake where I have lived in Illinois and in Tennessee. Maybe if you fish from Lake Michigan, I don't know, it's good to have them as a tool, but almost never you will need a 12-foot rod. It's kind of ridiculous with this 12-foot rod and then they just flick it and drop it 30 feet out. It's completely ridiculous. But carp anglers are a little bit snobbish. They want to have their Fox rods or Shimano or Daiwa Infinity, the 12-footers, the classic stuff to take the pictures. Even though you cast so close, it's difficult with long rod when you have branches on top of you. In the boat, have you tried 12-foot rod around the boat? How do you net fish with 12-foot rod? It's ridiculous. And the fight is not enjoyable with these long rods either. I use the same thing I used, I don't know how many years ago, maybe 10 years ago. Yeah. If not 10, at least 8 years ago. These are the old Shimano Saharas, 2017. The old Shimano Terramar. Shimano released new Terramar rods I didn't see how they're better than this. I think the blank was actually the same. But these are like just medium heavy rods. The only thing is I don't want them to be bass rods because bass rods just don't bend. And these are Ugly Stick Tiger Light medium. No, these are heavy power. Heavy power, but they're so soft. They're softer than the medium heavy than the medium heavy Shimano Terramar. Basically, I want a 7-foot rod with 7'6" would be nice. I never found 7'6". I found now. I'm gonna buy some. I'm gonna review them. I found some amazing quantum rods of all brands for carp fishing on the iCast. I'm gonna buy some when they become available. 7'6" medium heavy quantums, amazing value. But yeah, 7-foot medium heavy with parabolic action is all I need. This line is Shimano, but I'm sure Shimano buys it from somebody else. I don't think Shimano has a line factory, even though they sell line, but they don't make line. The diameter is 0.31. I like the brown color, it looks so nice. I have the same 0.31 millimeter line on all 4 reels. It's about 8-pound line. And that's it. These are old Shimano Saharas. They're so smooth. The size 4000. They are so smooth. Richard Jean fished with them. He couldn't believe how smooth they are for such a old reel. Carp fishing is really, you really don't need expensive tackle for carp fishing. You don't need light carbon rod. It doesn't make sense when you're chucking 5-ounce pack bait and you're pulling 10-pound carp. It makes no sense to fish with these high carbon rods. And the reels, the big pit reels, are absolute killer for fun. I hate carp big pit reels. I have some. I had the Daiwa Infinities. I sold them. Cheap Shimano Sahara, but buy them from Japan. Get the 4.8 gear ratio. That is the best reel that I know for carp fishing today. Costs 70 bucks. You can buy it even for less than 70. Free shipping sometimes. Get the 4000 size, 4.8 gear ratio. It's so cheap. It's so smooth. It is so strong. I will put the Shimano Sahara against Daiwa Infinity for $300. And because it has lower retrieve speed, the Sahara is stronger and smoother. The Daiwa Infinity was mine. I had 3 of them. Mine were not smooth. Incredible, but $300 reel was not smooth. Folks, do we need to cast a 5th rod just to make sure we catch at least 1 fish on video? Yapping is all very nice, but it's good to catch 1 fish. Dexter, glad to see you, buddy. Estonia, really? How is carp fishing in Estonia? Is it a bit cold there? What kind of boat I have? I have a 16-foot tracker, deep V with windshield, with a 60-horse engine, with about only 250 hours on it. I came from the ramp to here with the trolling motor. I have about 2000 hours on the trolling motor and 250 hours on the gas engine. I don't use the gas engine for nothing. Because to use the gas engine, I need to lift the trolling motor out of the water. I have to get the live scope. I would rather, if I'm going a couple miles or more than a couple of miles, I gotta use the gas engine. But for 1 mile, mile and a half, I will give it direction, put it on speed 13. It goes so fast. And I'll catch up with my messages, rearrange the boat, clean up, and by the time I get there, everything is nice. Folks, give me 1 second. I want to cast the 5th rod. If they start biting, I'm gonna get it out of the water, but it will be embarrassing. Not embarrassing, but I wanna catch one fish, folks. So we're gonna move this one a little bit this way. Yeah. And we're gonna blue heron hunting behind me. We're gonna chuck this little baitcaster here. This baitcaster, let me show you. Amazing carp reel, unique, completely unique. And I talked to Luz about this reel at iCast. It's called Luz Speed Spool GX3. Okay, Super Duty. The amazing thing about this reel is that, first of all, it has a drag clicker. Listen to this. Very nice. Already I like it. Already. Second of all, if this is not loud enough for you, it has a second clicker. Engage the second clicker. Now that will wake you up if you're nighttime fishing. I don't know any other reel with 2 clickers and both clickers are loud. And the reel is so small. It allows me to enjoy fishing. The only thing is the high gear ratio 6.3, no power. It's too fast, the gears are too thin. The reel is plastic. They put long handle, but if the frame is plastic, you cannot force it. It doesn't work like on the Daiwa reels with aluminum frame. They have 6.3 gear ratio, but the reel is so strong that when you put the long handle and you force it, it works. Here the reel is plasticky and flimsy. You cannot just use force here at the handle and make it work. So I feel no power when I'm fighting fish with this reel. No power at all. I don't even want a lot of power, but this reel is just powerless. And I have to pump with the rod, then reel. Pump with the rod, then reel. The reel has no power. And I talked to them, can you make the same reel, but with lower gear ratio? Or do you have any other reel? I'll buy even more expensive. And he said that so many people told him the same thing. They like the reel, but it has no power. So he got that feedback from other people. I don't know if he'll manage to release one reel like this, but if he does, even the way it is, if you want a light carp rig, get a medium heavy or even medium power, but medium heavy is good with parabolic bend. Put this reel, you gotta pump a little bit, but man, it's enjoyable to have something so light. This rod and reel weighs only half of what my other tackle weighs. Let's put a little pack bait here. I got lots of pack bait actually. I can put more, not just little. If one day my shop grows, I want to make my own method feeder because I have never seen a nice design. All of these designs leave a lot to be desired. I have never seen a good design. I actually have seen a good design, but those designs, where's the corn? Where do I put it? I saw one Chinese method feeder. I kind of liked it, but it was plastic. And after 2 carp, I swear it completely disintegrated into 10 pieces. Because they glued a lot of pieces together, that's a mistake. You should not glue pieces when you do carp fishing. Don't glue them. just cast the whole thing. So I want to pretty much do what this Chinese rig was, but instead of many plastic pieces glued together, I want it to be one piece made of cast iron, so it's indestructible. And I don't want lead in it. You don't need lead. You don't need it to be so heavy. Let me cast from the front. Give me a second. Cast from the front and I'll come back. What is going on here? Everything good? We'll see. Let's cast this one kind of to the side. So if we catch a carp, so smooth, very smooth caster. If we catch a carp, it doesn't tangle with the out. I mean, it will still tangle, but yeah, this did not go very far. But that's okay, because it never goes far, but I almost always catch a carp on this little rod that I put on the side. It always gets one carp. Yeah, I'm gonna put it like this, or even like this. No, that's too. Put it like this. What about that clicker? What about that clicker? How we here? Now I want my rods to have a little bit of slack, just a little bit of belly. A little bit of belly, because I put swivel 2 feet up from the feeder just to have some weight and have the line fall on the bottom. The British use lead core, so the line falls on the bottom. I ain't buying no goddamn lead core, but I tie a swivel 2 feet above the feeder. The swivel weighs about gram and a half. If the line is not tight, the swivel falls on the bottom. Now your line is on the bottom. If carp is swimming around, they don't touch the line with the tail and get tangled and spooked. Gotta drink lots of water. I had kidney stones and I don't want to do that again. Okay, now we're ready to sit and catch up. This is kind of uncomfortable, but I want you guys to see me. But I will sit here for another 20 minutes and I'll sit on my chair and lift my feet here to rest a little bit. Do you eat this carp, and have you ever caught and eaten Asian carp? Which tastes better? I used to eat carp in Bulgaria. I ate carp here one time. It tasted horrible. But you guys here are so spoiled. You have like 20 amazing species to choose from. Even little bluegill. Little bluegill is so delicious. But everything from the sunfish family is delicious. All of these, shell cracker, they're all delicious and have no bones. In Bulgaria, we don't have any delicious fish, nothing. Perch, maybe if you find perch, if you have a good river. We didn't have any perch where I lived. We basically had 5 or 6 species from the carp family. They all tasted horrible and have a lot of bones. But if this is all you have ever tried and you have nothing better to compare against, I liked it. I loved it. I loved it. But here, no, I don't eat. Now, Asian carp definitely tastes better than common carp. When you cut it, you can see right away Asian carp has white meat. Common carp has nasty red meat. Asian carp is pretty delicious, especially if you eat at a restaurant. Asian carp in blind tests. Everybody knows everything until you give them a blind test. Oh, this bearing makes the reel better. Give them blind test, they don't know which reel has the bearing. Oh, carp tastes horrible. Give them carp at a restaurant in a blind test. 2 meals. They don't know which one is carp, which one is what. All of a sudden, Asian carp beats a bunch of other fish in blind test. They did blind test. It beat catfish. It beat tilapia. Asian carp beat a bunch of popular fish in a blind test when people don't know what they're eating. If you could fish anywhere, what it would be and where? It would be in United States. United States is the only country in the world where you have good fishing in public water. The only country in the world. There is good fishing in other countries, but only in private lakes. So I don't want to go anywhere else to fish. I want to be right here. I don't need the biggest fish. I see people catch a huge crappie at these Mississippi lakes. What were they called? They have the tournaments there. I'm not jealous. I'm not envious at anybody. This lake here, in the spring, in the fall, I can catch 100 crappie easy. Small, but so what? A bunch of other lakes around. I like Tennessee the most, to tell you the truth. I'm happy right where I am. I don't want to go anywhere else. Florida is... I like the economic and political climate there, but the scenery is terrible. The weather is terrible. I can't live in Florida. In Texas, the same thing. I like the economic and political climate there, but I ain't living in 110-degree heat in the summer. Tennessee is already hot enough for me in the summer. 92, 93 degrees here. I'm already at the edge of what I can tolerate. I love Tennessee. I love Tennessee. Hello from Norway. Now, Norway has some amazing fishing, like Alaska. All of these salmons, that would be a riot with the proper rod and reel, cold water. But I wouldn't want to live there. But I definitely want to do some fishing tourism when I get rich. When you guys all go and buy a bunch of jigs and floats and gloves, I'm finally gonna get rich. That's my plan. By the way, today I'm using the old gloves because I don't want to be touching nasty carp with my beautiful gloves. Jim Peterson. Predict the first bite to be 22 minutes from now. Well, I did cast a 5th rod. So clouds are coming too. We will get rained. Now, as long as there are no lightnings, I don't mind rain. I don't mind it at all. I don't have anything here that is sensitive to rain. Hey, Steve. Just pulling my reel now. David Carrillo. Spinning reel or bait casting reel? Huge controversy how to spool a spinning reel. Daiwa recommends something else, not what I recommend. But I can see that the line will get twisted if you do the way Daiwa recommends. I don't understand it. I need to talk to someone from Daiwa to understand the logic behind it. My favorite rod for 2-inch kiting. I have two favorite rods. Probably the best is the 6'1" Presso Air AGS medium light, which is, as I've said 100 times, actually an ultralight rod. I don't know why it says medium light, but that rod is so parabolic with the 2-inch kiting and a 2 or 2.5 gram head. When you swing and you compress the blank and it catapults out, man, it's amazing. To tell the truth, even the 5'10" extra ultralight, but not the ultralight or light models. Even the 5'10" extra ultralight, I have cast swim baits with it, still amazing. If you're casting smaller swim baits, crankbaits, spinners, I don't think anybody should fish with spinners, but I see people do. The 5'10" extra ultralight, same thing. Man, on the cast, it bends all the way to the handle, and then when it decompresses, you feel like a slingshot. You feel like a shoop. It's such an amazing feel. Excited about receiving a shipment from iFish store. I sent you guys so many gifts. Pretty much every big order, first time order, I sent people some gift. I try very hard to have a positive first time experience. Some people get problems with USPS that are not my problems. If I give you a tracking number and the tracking number says it was delivered, but you say you didn't get it, now what can I do? You know, technically it's the responsibility of it's the fault of USPS. They didn't deliver it and they offer insurance. But what if your neighbor stole it? What if you're lying? I don't know. Some people live in poor neighborhoods, packages get stolen all the time. Sometimes USPS delivers to the wrong address, but sometimes they deliver to the right address and people steal the packages. So there is no telling. If the tracking number says it was delivered at the right address, there's nothing I can do. But I still help them. Somehow. I just want to make sure first time wasn't a negative experience, even if it wasn't my fault. Piscifan spooler. That's right, it can work. Just go slow and very consistent speed. Don't accelerate, decelerate. Once you start working, keep going with the same speed and it will work. I've never used it, but I can see how it will work. Really, not one carp? I honestly did not believe if I had to bet money there will be so such a long period without a bite. Kenji got a float. You are very welcome, Kenji. Thank you, Skunk. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Now, I'm all ready. Let me sit for a moment. I'll get back here in a little bit, but here my back is kind of bendy. I have awesome conditions here. Like my seat, the back of my seat is a little bit on a slope. It's not very vertical. When I lift my feet here, I can take a nap. That's why I love carp fishing so much. If there is no boats, it's so peaceful. Look at the scenery. Look at it. There's no bugs. There's no mosquitoes. One guy asked me the other day, hey, what do you think about getting a little rod and wading a creek and catching so many different species? Yeah, I told him, well, that's amazing, but it's 20 years too late for me. I ain't wading no creeks. I'm sweating just being here under the bimini top. I'm sweating, which is inappropriate, but you'll soon probably see my shirt sweating already. I can't imagine wading a creek with all of the chiggers and the bugs and slipping and falling. I work very hard. I'm not retired. If I'm retired or that's my living, okay. But I work very hard. Well, just got an order for 4 items. Let's give the dude credit. From Tennessee. Oh, I don't wanna. Mr. Brown from Tennessee. Don't know that place. There we go. One step closer to retirement. I'm just kidding, folks. Tell you the truth, folks. I have not put $1 from my business in my account. I started finally making some money, but I have not put $1 from my business in my bank account. If I make any money, I put it back in the business. I buy new molds. I design something new. I pay a guy to design my stuff. I kind of tell him what I want, and he has a software. He designs it in 3D. We look around, we make changes. It's expensive, but I like that process. And I can say that this rod is kind of bending a little bit. Is that a fish? All the way on the left on the fake corn. You saw what I cast. That was a fake corn. It's a little bit tight. It's a little bit tight. That's the rod that I couldn't cast far enough. You know, folks, the state of this, now we got slack, a lot of slack. I don't know. Should I pull that rod out? Look at all the slack we have, but all the other rods got slack too. I think the wind just changed direction. Man, I'm hungry too. Did I get a snack? Is it inappropriate to eat on camera? Don't worry, I didn't bring any food. I thought I did, at least some peanuts, but I didn't. The state of fishing industry in United States is kind of like the state of YouTube videos. It's a big bowl of diarrhea. Everybody has a GoPro and a channel and pumping shit out there. How do you find something? The same thing is with fishing tackle. People doing stuff just ordering from a Chinese catalog and then pretending they did it in their garage, and then they saying veteran owned. Like, who would dare to attack you now? You are veteran owned business. But I can see he just ordered stuff from China, from a catalog. No custom, not even the color. He just ordered straight from the catalog and he put it on Facebook. He doesn't pay for website. He doesn't have any costs. If somebody is foolish enough to buy something from him, he makes a few bucks. But he doesn't have a company. He's not really a fishing business. He doesn't even have a product. And everybody is doing that. And that's not too bad because that's what Walmart used to do. Walmart, Bass Pro Shop, they don't design nothing. They just order shit from Chinese catalogs and sell at 3 times the price. Not even at 2 times the price, 3 times the cost. And now there are people who are doing this out of their garage, ordering from China and pretending to have a company. Ask them, let me see your molds. Show me your molds. Where are your molds? They don't have no molds. They don't have tools. They have nothing. And that's okay. They can compete with Bass Pro Shop and Walmart. But because there is so many of them, when somebody like me actually designs something, good or bad, what you see on my website is my own design from scratch. It is my own design from scratch. But you get drowned in ocean of catalog products ordered from China. And everybody with the big titles and the big claims. And you don't want to even rub shoulders with such people. It's kind of sad. The same thing like the YouTube videos. Everybody making, pumping, everybody teaching. The same thing is with the fishing tackle. There's not that many companies that make their own fishing tackle. I don't like Zeman. The people are kind of rude. I think they know me, but they're rude. But Zeman makes their own lures. They design them, good or bad, they make their own lures. Berkeley makes their own lures. There's a few companies that make their own lures. Everybody else is just the same molds from do-it molds, or order from China and sell here double and triple. And there should be, I feel, 2 different spaces. There should be one space for everybody who is just reselling, and there should be a different space where you want to see something original, designed by owner. Instead of www, there should be a different kind of website where you go and you request inspection. And if you are really making genuine tackle, there should be a different space for you, not with everybody else. So people can find you and people can search really genuine, unique product Or if they want to go the budget route, they can go the other route. But right now it's impossible for people to find you. Yeah, these kits, I got so many emails, people asking for the kits, but it's not even my time. People like these kits with the lures inside the box. It's not even, folks, just my time. But my time is so expensive these days that it's not worth my time. But okay, let's say I want to spend some of my time to make a few folks happy. Now I'm 46 and my eyes are starting to get strained. And you do this under the light to put it right in the middle, then it's not straight. Then you take the hook out and you reposition it and put it again straight in the, and my eyes get very strained. And 2 hours of this to do one box, just 2 hours. It's not just my time. My eyes get so strained that I'm kind of careful about my eyes now. I don't want to strain my eyes. But I showed you guys how I do it. Exactly, I did one box live. It's really, there is no trick. You can see it. The only thing is you have to care. If you care about being straight and being beautiful, you're gonna do it. There's nothing difficult. But most people don't care. They just drive the hook through the lure, and however it is, just come out of the lure somewhere and in the water it goes. If you don't care, even if you're good, it's not gonna be, you're not gonna do a good job. You have to care. You have to enjoy doing it. And then I don't have any tricks. I told you, just my hooks are designed to go right through the middle of the lure. Not on the surface to have more gap. You go through the middle of the lure. My metaphors are best. Huh. Folks, this is not what I signed up for and what I signed you up for. I'm thinking of recasting some rods. A storm is coming. Not storm, but it will rain. Wondering if that affects stuff. Man, everything is perfect. But when these storms are coming, the barometric pressure drops. And over the years, I have followed the effects of barometric pressure on carp. And I have come to the conclusion that carp will bite in any barometric pressure as long as it's been steady for 1 day, 2 days. Steady, just steady. High, steady, good. Low, steady, good. But low is never steady. But when it's dropping, it's good for bass fishing and crappie fishing. They're very aggressive, and catfishing when it's dropping. But for carp fishing, no. For carp fishing, you want steady. But I work 5 days a week. Then out of the 2 days on the weekend, 1 day we're gonna have bad weather. So you have 1 day to fish. And I make 2 videos out of 1 day. Now that bird is fishing and diving right where I cast. right where I cast my left rod with the fake corn. I mean exactly there. Which makes me think that there is a bunch of bluegill there plucking my corn and my pack bait. Yeah. Wind is coming. Rain is coming. Let me check the weather here. Let me check the weather. I don't see rain. I mean, but it's cloudy. This forecast, man. One time I was here, I never saw rain in the forecast. And we had thunderstorm, and there was still nothing in the forecast. Nothing in the app. The storm came and passed, and the app never registered it. This is weather scientists for you. Cannot predict the weather tomorrow. But they show me these models for what's going to happen 100 years from now. And tell me that I can't drive a diesel car or have a gas stove or eat steak, because what their model says will happen 100 years from now, notwithstanding their horrible accuracy 24 hours from now. Like, if logic had any power, these people would be humiliated and made shut up. But logic doesn't matter today. Logic doesn't matter. Let's get back to the stream, see if we have some new questions. Man, the picture looks beautiful. Everything looks beautiful. But not one carp. Alright, let me recast just to, I don't know what that would do, because I haven't even gotten a bite. But maybe I will cast to a better spot. I don't know. When it's not biting, I need to do something. When it's not biting, I need to do something. Because I want to catch at least a couple of fish. So I leave the live stream on my channel. If I don't catch anything, I'll delete it. Man, this reel is still so smooth. After all of these years carp fishing, still so smooth. This is the fake corn is still here. Should we switch to not fake corn but real corn? Since we're not getting bites, let's switch to real corn. Let's switch to fresh corn from Wally. One, two. When I fish with fresh corn, not this is sweet corn from can, not fresh. What am I talking about? When I fish with fresh corn, man, I hate these little 3-pound dogs. They're just annoying. They're always annoying. Any day, any place, these little dogs. I guess if you're really lonely, better than being alone, but they're so annoying. We're gonna get rain soon, folks. We're gonna get rain soon. Okay, sweet corn. Let's see if we can toss this one to a different spot with more fish. One carp would be more fish than this. Okay, let's try now. That's a little bit better. A little bit better. Should we recast the gummy bear? What do you guys think? Let's check the gummy bear. We should have had a bite by now, man. Shut up! In Bulgaria, we call these dogs mastia. Mastia. Let's check this one. The other two I don't even want to touch. I cast them so good. So far. Even this one was pretty far. It's taking a while to reel it out. Look, the gummy bear. 30 minutes, it's still here. I'm gonna leave it, I'm not gonna touch it. Just gonna put fresh pack bait. Or should we change it? Let's change it because 30 minutes it's still here, but will it be here another 30 minutes from now? It does get dissolved slowly. But I think you will always get at least 1 hour out of a gummy bear. They're good for, it started raining, but that's nothing. Maybe we should use a different flavor of gummy bear. I've always had good luck with orange gummy bears. Maybe we should use a blueberry. How to hook it? How to hook it? With the right amount of gap, almost like a lure. Yeah, right amount of gap. Man, as long as it rains like this, we are good. It doesn't get any worse than this. Also, it will stop. It's not even gonna rain like this too long. Yeah, that's good. Let's get the gummy bear. Remember, the second ugly stick is with a gummy bear. Let's put that back in the water. Oh, my microphone. Yeah. Yeah. I hit him on the head with this one. Let's put this here. I hit him right on the head. Beautiful drag sound. Hopefully we get to hear it. Beautiful drag sound. Okay. I'm thinking we'll refresh the other rods after the rain. Now watch how we're gonna catch a fish in the rain. it just makes sense. We're gonna catch a fish in the rain just so we get soaked. Go away, you stupid fly. Go away. That's me, that's me. You stupid fly. What happens now is flies are trying to find shelter from the rain. They're trying to find shelter from the rain. We have anything out in the open? I don't see nothing. See? Beaming it up. So good for showers. Completely protected against showers. As long as there is no wind and thunder. Maybe after the rain we're gonna get a bite. The watercolor is perfect for carp fishing. Perfect. A little bit of stain. Everything is perfect. Let's see if we can answer a few questions. Can you go over your setups again? The blue rods are Shimano, Terramar, Southeast, medium heavy. One piece. They have 4,000 Sahara reels on them. 4,000 size. The old reels, but the new ones are better. But I bought them from Japan to get the 4.8 gear ratio. They're amazing for carp. I love both the rods and the reels for carp. They're so powerful even with a fish. And on the left side I have two ugly stick Tiger Light 7-foot heavy one piece. They say heavy, but they're not heavy. With old Daiwa Vadel. This reel was never introduced in United States or Japan. I think it was mostly in Australia. But it has kind of copper burnt colors. It has colors that just look good with the ugly stick. And that's it. Two cheap rods. Both rods are cheap. Both reels are cheap. Both combos are under $200. For me that's cheap. I know not for everybody, but you buy a rod and reel for under 200 bucks and they are good quality, you did a good job. Bacon sizzling rain. No more relaxing sound. I don't think, if I show you the camera that way, the sky is white. So I don't think this will last very long. To tell you the truth, the bite was terrible, so I don't think it can make the bite any worse. Let's see, maybe it will help the bite. There is good carp spots everywhere. I don't care what state you live in. If you live in United States, there is good carp fishing within 30 minutes of you. As long as you have water within 30 minutes of you. Even if you live in downtown Chicago, there is a bunch of good carp fishing in downtown Chicago. Lake Michigan, every marina, Chicago River, every pond, everything is full of carp that has never seen bait, that have never seen hook. It's still not easy to catch them though. Some days it's fish after fish. But some days there is something different about the weather. And they all move a little bit deeper. Then they come, they're like a herd of sheep. They're gonna come here and feed, then they're gonna move back, just like all other fish. You go deep, then they're all shallow. You go shallow, then they go deep. And then you finally go fishing a pond or a small river, and then you got them for sure because there is nowhere they can go. I used to fish Fox River in Elgin. Fox River in Elgin. It's very shallow, 2-3 feet. There is a couple of 6 foot spots. If you find a 5 or 6 foot spot on Fox River, it don't matter what barometric pressure, what weather, there is carp sitting there. Here it's a little bit different because this lake is 8,000 acres. There is so much water, especially if you go in the main lake. Oh my God, you don't know where to start. You go in a cove, you can pick good area where if there is carp in the cove, I can tell you they will be here because the depth is good, the bottom is soft, and it's flat. If there is carp in the cove, they will be in front of me. If you go over there in the main lake, I mean, you have acres and acres of suitable bottom. Even if you guessed everything right, let's say you guessed they'll be in the main lake in 12 feet of water, but there is 100 acres from here to over there, 100 acres of similar bottom with similar depth. How can you find them? It's impossible. That's why it's easier to go in some small river, some pond. They will always be in the same spot 12 months a year. Because that's the only good kind of feeding area in the pond. Small rivers, the same. You go to a big lake, skunk is very easy. But if you want to catch a big, beautiful carp, big lakes is where it is. You're not going to catch beautiful carp in a river. Well, there are some exceptions. St. Lawrence has big and beautiful carp. Usually river carp is kind of long and dark and ugly because the body has to be torpedo shaped so it doesn't have too much drag in the current. These carp in the lake, they can be kind of tall and fat because they don't have current. I like lake carp. I don't like river carp. See, the rain stopped. But we don't have a fish. Man, oh man. What can I change, folks? I don't know. My pack bait is amazing. It has everything. It has delicious cereal, breadcrumbs, bread. Smells so good. I can throw my pack bait in the oven, make some cookie shapes and bake it, and I will eat it and it will be delicious. There is nothing nasty in my pack bait. It's absolutely human edible. Yeah. See, if one of them was biting, maybe you can say, okay, they are over there, but they're not over there. But we haven't had a single bite. I'm wondering if this rain didn't spook them. Maybe now after the rain, we're gonna get some bites. Tench. Tench is a kind of carp. The guy from Estonia says he goes for tench. Tench is a interesting looking fish. Very tall, very green. Interesting fish. I wouldn't mind catching some tench right now. I wouldn't mind. Tench, I wouldn't mind catching a nice channel catfish. No. What to do, folks? The boat is positioned perfectly. My bait is perfect. The weather is perfect. I mean, this weather is to be here at the end of July completely comfortable. It's probably 75 degrees right now. It's absolutely gorgeous here. It is absolutely gorgeous. Let's wait for the rain to stop and we're gonna rebait those two rods on the right. If we catch one carp, we're gonna catch three. It's like that. Can't remember fishing for a long time, carp fishing, and catching only one carp. Those of you who fish for carp will confirm. You either catch a bunch or skunk. Man, everything is perfect. The video, the audio, the weather. And can't even catch one carp. Not even one. I understand if it's slow. Slow still means 2 carp for 4 hours. That's slow. I'm gonna be around, guys. You can jump on and off. I got nothing better to do. I mean, everything is perfect. I'm not going anywhere. You can jump on and off. Come check back with me in 30 minutes. If I've caught a fish, you can rewind and see it. But everything is set up perfectly for me. I'm just gonna be waiting. It might take a while. Do you know, when I fished with Richard Jean the first time, this same spot, from 8 to 11:30, 3 hours, we didn't catch a fish. We missed one, but it was one bite in 3 hours and a half. Around lunch, around noon, we caught the first fish. But he was so patient. I thought, if you want, maybe we can try to move a different spot. He didn't want to move. He's like, no, this looks good. Let's just wait. So we waited. And around noon, something happened. They just moved in. A bunch of them moved in. And they started biting. And when we were leaving, in the first video, when we were leaving, all 4 rods got out of the water. All 4 of them got carp before we can recast. I have actually other stories like that. One time on Fox River, somebody took me fishing. Same thing happened. From noon to like 4 or 5 o'clock, 4 hours, not one bite, not one fish, nothing. We're thinking about going back, going home, and one rod went down, and then the other one, and they just moved in and they started biting anywhere you cast, whatever you cast. I don't see them jumping though. That kind of bothers me a little bit. Usually you see one of them like a pig splash over there, like shpur, unmistakable splash. Because the other fish, they don't have the water displacement of a carp. When carp splash, you know there wasn't a bass. Should we rebait the Shimano rods? They had fresh corn, which is easier to lose. What is your favorite all-around ultralight rod? Well, I don't want to give you exotic rod answers. If we leave exotic rods aside, probably my favorite is from United States. The 6-foot, 1-piece, fast action St. Croix Legend Elite Panfish. That rod is so good. The blank is so bendy, but it doesn't wobble at all. You can twitch, you can do swim baits, really everything. And this rod is not that expensive, but St. Croix sells it for just shameless amount of money. The blank is cheap, the guides are good, but they should sell the same blank with sick guides for $180, so everybody in America can afford a quality rod for under $200. That rod is good for everything, and it's not exotic. It feels natural, it feels simple. That's what I like. It doesn't feel Japanese and carbony, which I prefer the Japanese and carbony, but I understand not everybody can buy those rods. Otherwise, Daiwa Presso is perfect for everything, float and swim bait, but not for twitching. The rain stopped. Let's check if we have fresh corn, not fresh corn. Why do I keep saying fresh corn? Sweet corn left. Listen. These all Shimano Saharas. Smooth, quiet. By the way, the line roller here, this is a 4000 size. It's the same line roller that I sell on my website for the 1000 size. That's funny. So the 2022 1000, the current year, current model Shimano Sahara 2022 1000 size, and the previous generation 4000 size use exactly the same line roller and take exactly the same bearing. Come on, that's funny. Look at this, folks. This is bad news. You want to see at least, first of all, my pack bait is amazing, never falls off. But you don't want to see that the corn still here. Come on, man, not even turtles and bluegill. Even the corn is still here. That means there's no carp there, folks. That means there is no carp there. Because if your corn is missing, maybe you can say, well, the bluegill ate it, that's why you didn't get a bite. Maybe there is carp, but there was just no hook bait. But no, the hook bait is here. The hook bait is here. And we still didn't get a bite. How is that possible? The answer is, it's only possible if something is wrong with the weather and they are over there in the main lake. Hopefully they'll come here in a little bit. Let's add a little bit extra pack bait. I can start adding bigger chunks of pack bait, because one time with Richard Jean we ran out of pack bait. We just ran out. 4 rods, if they're all biting, you run out of pack bait real fast. Rebaiting all the time. Then the next time you come and you have like 3 pounds of bait, you can get a bite. Figures. Especially if you try to do a live stream. Just can't buy a bite. All right, let's put this one back in the water. Hopefully just as far. Hopefully just as far as the first time. Is the bail flipped? Keep tossing with the bail closed. Man, that's a good cast. Man, that is a good cast. That is 70, 80 meters. That is one good cast. Okay, let's rebait the other line too, just so we know that we have bait everywhere. Man, so smooth. Shimano Sahara, buy it from Japan. Get the 4000 size, 4.8 gear ratio. Catfish and carp both. Just the best value, there is nothing else. Okay, here at least we don't have corn or pack bait. We don't have nothing here. Okay, so on this one, Maybe the bluegill affected the bite. That's why I don't chum, by the way. Richard Jean asked me, do you chum? Depends where I'm fishing. If I know there is no bluegill and turtles and channel catfish, then I will chum. The problem is there is bluegill or turtles or channel catfish everywhere that I know. And then all you get is little stuff pecking on your rods all the time, just driving you out of your skin. Just pecking and pecking and pecking. Okay. Some peck bait. I actually chumped here last year because I didn't even know if there is carp in this lake. When I fished here for first time ever, I chumped. I didn't care if they come, just I wanted to catch something, and I chumped. And I caught a 6 or 7 pound channel catfish, and the belly of that channel catfish was just bulging. Like the fish was gonna explode. And it was full of my corn. You could feel the feed corn with your fingers. That channel catfish ate all of the corn. And then I thought, well, I don't want that. I don't want to feed no channel catfish. All right, that's good. How we doing here? Pick up a little bit of line. Pick up a little bit of line. The only rod I haven't baited now is the little Baitcaster. Let's rebait this one too. This one hasn't been in the water that long. Even just reeling my feeder is already straining the gears of this little reel. And they put label here heavy duty. There ain't no heavy duty, bro. Heavy duty, 100 size plastic reel with tiny gears and 6.3 gear ratio. Yeah, that's heavy duty. Folks, we have everything here. I mean, all of the kernels of corn are here. That means there isn't even bluegill that way. There's no bluegill, there's nothing. I'm gonna put fresh corn because it smells better. But I'm starting to think that they don't like the weather or something, and there's just no carp here right now. So it's gonna be more like a social event. It's gonna be more fishing and less catching. I still don't think I'm gonna last here the whole live stream without a carp. You always catch a carp, man. There's always. You wash my hands a little bit. Okay. Now we have fresh bait on all of the rods. Oof. How is this? Let's cast this one out too. From over here. Which way, which way? Let's go that way. Man, beautiful, silent, smooth cast. I know why people like baitcasters. There is some satisfaction from making a long cast with a baitcaster without getting any kind of backlash. Just a long, silent, smooth cast. Just it brings you some kind of satisfaction. People feel proud. Oh my God, did you see that? I cast all the way there. No backlash. Look, oh my God. It feels already like an achievement. You haven't caught a fish, but already it feels like an achievement that you managed to cast. Every time you cast with a baitcaster, it's a little achievement. That's why I think people are so hung on these baitcasters. BFS. BFS. BFS is not ultralight fishing, by the way. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It might be ultralight bass fishing, but it's still not ultralight bass fishing. It's light bass fishing, but not ultralight fishing. Winching a crappie with a baitcaster. Done that, doesn't work for me. You just, I mean, it feels like the wrong tool. Okay, after the rain, can anybody tell me? Oh, we got another order. 8 items. Let's see what they got. Another order. Oh, this one is from Texas. Jackie. You know, I have a lot of female customers, but I have no female viewers or female commenters, females in the comments. But so many female customers, maybe 20%, so many, one in 5 is like female. I'm wondering if some people are not comfortable purchasing on internet. The wife is more comfortable, or some people don't want to see their name and wife is purchasing. I'm wondering. Texas, excellent. Huh? That's a bite. That is a bite. That is a bite. You guys hear that? Now this is a carp bite. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Listen to this. Yeah. See the rain stopped? Yeah, buddy. Come here. All right. Oh, nice fish too. Oh, this fish nice. Man, so heavy and steady. Man, this fish nice. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, this fish nice. This fish nice, folks. How are we gonna do this now? He's gonna go around. How are we gonna do this? He's gonna go around. And how are we gonna land him? Because there's a bunch of weeds right here. He feels nice. So steady, no head shakes. I love me steady, heavy fish. Now we're gonna catch more. You'll see. Hey, second rods. Did you see this? Did you see this? The whole video is live. This rod was on the gummy bears. You guys all saw it. Watch the video. Everything is live. This rod was on the gummy bear. Orange color, if I might add. This rod is on the gummy bear. We need more gummy bears in the water. These carp are obviously focused on a healthy diet. I know this one is. Gummy bear, man. That's a gummy bear carp, folks. That's a gummy bear carp. You know, gummy bear, they cannot take it off. It tastes good, but they cannot, like the bluegill cannot take it off. It's surprisingly resilient lure to remove. Problem is channel catfish, and this might be a big catfish too. No, it's not catfish, but sometimes I've been mistaken. My PB channel catfish, 17 pounds, was carp fishing. Yeah, he's in the weeds already. Now give me a second, I gotta go yank. I'll come back, but I gotta go yank a little bit to get him out of the weeds. Come here, buddy, come here. Come, no, come here. Get out of the weeds. Get out of the weeds. Yeah. Okay. He's out in the open again. Yeah. We take our time. We don't want to lose this fish now. Look at the bend of the ugly stick. Good bend. It still has a little bit of backbone. I would rather have the whole rod bent, but totally acceptable. You're not gonna get it absolutely parabolic. Ugly stick is all that I need, and I'm picky, but for carp fishing, ugly stick makes me happy. Not to mention that they're indestructible. Yeah, buddy. Let's get the net now. Yeah, okay. Let's get the net now. It might take a little longer, because if you try to horse it, you're gonna tear the mouth, and then I'm doing a live stream. We don't want that to happen. Who knows when we're gonna catch the other one. A boat is coming. All right, let's land him now. Man, it still feels good. I haven't seen him yet. He feels good. He feels solid. Oh man, he's not that big. How did that happen? He's not that big. I'm a little disappointed. I mean, he's nice, but I was secretly hoping 15, 18. He's heavy, man. He is heavy and steady. He's not jerking around, head shaking around, and all of that channel catfish business. He's fighting steady and authoritative. Come on, buddy. Let me see how he's hooked. How is he hooked? Can we horse him a little bit? Can we horse him? This carp do not get tired. Oh, he is hooked. Yeah, we're not losing this fish. Let's tighten up. This fish is in the middle of the lip. We ain't losing him. Come here now. The other advantage of taking your time fighting a fish is that when you bring him in the boat, he doesn't go flipping and flopping and destroying everything. He's kind of calm and waiting to see his fate. And his fate is not dark at all. We're gonna take a nice picture and you're gonna go back in the water. See, you haven't even touched the carpet. You're sitting in a wet bed. Notice that even the bed is wet from the rain. And when the surface is wet, it doesn't harm their, what is it called here? On the outside of the scale, that slimy stuff. What is it called? The slime, it doesn't harm their slime. Okay. He's not bad, if I may say. He ain't bad. Come on now. Come on now. I would say 10 for sure pounds. Maybe 12. I don't know about 12. But 10 pounds for sure. Hopefully that's a good angle. Can I sit here? This kind of... What? That is a beautiful carp. Not a scale missing. Look here. Inspection. Did I harm this fish in any way? No. And now he's got his vitamins for the week. Get back in there. Good, I say. Now let's rebait. Let me wash my hands. Now from carp, don't wipe your hands on the towel right away. Wash them a little first, then wipe them. Otherwise your towel will stink the rest of the day. Now I'm thinking we need more gummy bear. We need more gummy bear. Yeah, buddy. I'll show you now. You think you don't believe me? We caught this carp on gummy bear. Look at this beautiful background, man. Tennessee is the most beautiful state in United States, I think, overall. Every state has a beautiful spot here and there. But if you're thinking about the whole state, Tennessee, the whole state is beautiful. The whole state. Everywhere you go, you can just turn around and take a picture. Which color should we use? Let's use another piece of orange. Man, let me eat one. Delicious. Let me eat another one. See? How can you say we're mistreating the carp if we eat the hook bait ourselves? I'll show you. Look at this. Orange piece of gummy bear. These are vitamin gummy bears. They're not just these are kids vitamin. I didn't say that, I think. These are vitamin gummy bears. It's very important. If you try to catch a carp without the vitamin, you're gonna have very poor results. Have to be, I'm just joking. I'm just joking, folks. Some people don't catch sarcasm. But these are the vitamin gummy. That's not a joke. They're not the ones that you just buy to eat in the theater. No, these are the vitamin gummy bears. 1 or 2 per day. That's it. You actually cannot eat too many of them. Now I'm thinking, which rod should I take out to put gummy bear on it? Which rod should I take out to put a gummy bear on it? That's where it is today. You saw it. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Not now. Let me put it back in the water. Okay. Yeah, that was a good cast the first time. All right. Bail is open. She is ready to go. Jubilee! Very happy with the cast. Right there. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. We should put on the left one another gummy bear, so both ugly sticks have gummy bears. Yeah, but I'll give it another, whatever, 10-20 minutes, and then I'll rebait it. Let me tighten up a little bit. What should I tighten up a little bit? Which rope? My boat has a little bit too much slack. I don't like too much slack because it leads to... Come. One more. One more. Come on. A little bit more. Give me. Give me like 1 more inch. Come on, give me 1 more inch. Good. I like steady boat when I carp fish. I actually think it's kind of imperative. You don't want to reposition the bait because the pack bait falls somewhere. You move it even 1 foot away from where it fell. Now it's very hard to catch a fish because the carp don't even come and look for your bait. They're kind of blindly eating everything around the pack bait, just blindly. Okay, all right. Now we deserve a sip of a Rockstar. I like a Rockstar Recovery. I like this drink because it's the only one that is not carbonated, but it's so sweet you can't just chug it down. You can take like 1 big sip or gulp and then you gotta drink some water. It's too sweet. Yeah. I told you. With carp, you catch 5 or 0. Yeah. I wanted to take a sip of water too. But let's catch this carp. Yeah. Is it still here? Oh, no. Oh, come on, man. That was a little bit irresponsible from me. That was a good bite. I did not react properly. This doesn't really happen with carp. Once you get them, they're done. Should we get Gummy Bear here? Well, he hit on corn. I'm gonna put Gummy Bear here too, man. Let's just put a different color. Let's just put a different color. This one is blueberry. Let's see if they like blueberry. Oh. Man, these hooks grab, look, a piece of carpet. They will grab the carpet and not let go. Can't even remove it. Look, folks, blueberry gummy bear. I ain't kidding you. Blueberry gummy bear. I mean, what's not to eat? Sugar, blueberry flavor. Why would a carp that eats mud on the bottom every day say no to this? I feel a little bit upset at myself for not reacting faster to this bite. We should have landed a second fish. That was a good bite. He took, he ran, he did everything. I should have at least set the hook. Okay, blueberry, here we go. Oh, here we come. Ovale! Good cast. Good cast. Yeah, that's gonna get a bite again. Now that they're here, you'll see. They're gonna start biting now. Oh yeah. Now that they're here, we're gonna get more bites. You go get your popcorn and come back. We're gonna get bites now. Yeah. Now that we know that they're here. See, there were no bites, no bites. Then we got 2 bites, one on the left, one on the right. So when they come, they're everywhere. When they're not here, it doesn't matter what bait you use. Doesn't matter where you cast. Let me get the microphone closer so you guys can hear the bites. Finally, I can relax a little bit. Okay. Now, let's catch up with some comments. Oh man, another batch of rain is coming. Another batch of rain is coming our way. Check the weather first. Yeah, chance of light rain in the next hour. That's not a problem. But I can see it rain over there. I can see it's raining. Okay. If it rains, it rains. Let's see some comments. Borislav Vasilev from Bulgaria. Any luck? Hey, if you're just joining the video, go exactly 5 or 10 minutes back from this timestamp. You're gonna see a nice carp landed. We have 1 carp on the board. Do you ever catch grass carp along with the commons? Absolutely. You don't have to do anything different for grass carp to catch them. Anything different at all. Same bait, corn, same pack bait, everything the same. But you gotta have grass carp there. Like this lake doesn't have grass carp. And it doesn't need grass carp because it doesn't have a lot of weeds. Illinois River. Illinois River, if you want to catch grass carp in Illinois. Illinois River. Find a spot with slack water, flat bottom, 8 to 12 feet. 8 to 12 feet, slack water, and you're gonna catch some. There's so many. There is more grass carp than common carp for some reason on Illinois River. I never caught a 1 meter. They were all 3 foot. They were like 95 centimeters. I measured so many, but never a 3 foot, never a 1 meter carp. For beginning carp fishing, I recommend exactly, if you rewind this video, exactly what I'm using. I recommend ugly stick, Tiger White, medium heavy, with Shimano Sahara. The rod is Shimano Sahara 4000. Buy a pair of them from Japan. Get the 4.8 gear ratio. These reels are $70 and sometimes with free shipping. It's incredible. $70 for the reel, $70 for the rod, and I guarantee you it's not like you're making a compromise to save money. I guarantee you that the combo feels awesome for carp and catfish. 99%, can you explain about 99% carbon blanks and why you should be more careful with them? Well, first of all, if it's raining like right now, carbon is excellent conductor of electricity. Fishing with a long carbon rod in a thunderstorm, I mean, you'd be like an antenna. You're gonna get lit up like a Christmas tree. So that's one reason why you should be more careful. Second reason, 99% carbon leaves only 1% for glue and resin and everything else. But it is the glue and the resin that makes the rod flexible. Carbon is not flexible. Carbon is very rigid and brittle. So what happens is people buy for first time, oh, another order, 12 items for $33. How is that possible? Let's see what he bought. Krista bowling. Hopefully I'm not violating some privacy. It's another lady, but I don't get ever lady commenters or viewers. I think these ladies are shopping for their husbands because the husbands are not comfortable with online transactions. But 99% carbon rods are very brittle. And people who have fished all their life with ugly sticks or St. Croix rods, they are used to certain tolerance of abuse. You can lean it against the aluminum frame of the boat. You can lean it against the metal bed of your truck. You can lean it anywhere. It's safe to lean. But with a carbon rod, it's not safe to lean because it's brittle. You know, if you want to break glass, that's the best metaphor I can use. If you want to break glass, you don't need to cut the glass. All you have to do is crack the surface of the glass. When people cut glass, they don't really cut like the glass can be ½ inch thick. You don't need to make ½ inch cut. All you do is scratch the surface of the glass and then it just pops. Same thing with carbon. Because these rods don't have clear coat either to protect the surface of the blank. If you scratch the carbon blank, it's like scratching glass. Then it's very easy to pop. So when you have these rods, it's very important during transportation, they should be touching only carpet. They should not be touching metal, aluminum. If you have 3 or more rods in the locker, they need to have a soft sleeve, not the sleeves they sell in Bass Pro Shop, the plastic ones. They need a soft sleeve so the carbon blank doesn't touch the guides of the other rod, the guides or the other blank. And if you lean it, you catch a fish and you lean the rod against the metal frame of the boat, you're harming the surface. And then you try to lift a 10-inch crappie and it snaps and you're like, oh man, these JDM rods are garbage. Give me back my ugly stick. They're actually pretty strong. I have caught some impressive fish with these super ultralights and extra ultralights. 17 pound, I don't want to give you the same list again. Go check my channel. I have all kinds of fish on Tennessee River over 10 pounds. I have buffaloes, I have drum, I have flathead, channel catfish, all kinds of big fish with JDM rods. Never broke one. But just don't bend it. You know, I gave Richard Jean a $300. Actually, it was $330. Major craft Truser Mebaru with the Torzite guides. But it had a solid tip, so I didn't like it. Extra fast action. But I know he likes extra fast action. So I gave it to him. He loved the rod, but he kept leaning it on the metal frame of the boat. And I saw it in the videos, but I didn't want to say nothing because you give somebody a gift, and then it looks very ugly to tell him, hey, don't lean it, it will break, you're gonna break it. Like, I gave him the rod, that's his rod. If whatever you want to do, that's no longer my business. But he kept leaning it. And one day he lifted a small crappie and it snapped. And he said I shouldn't have lifted that crappie. But I don't think he broke it with the crappie. Because I know Richard Jean is very experienced lifting fish out of the water. He's not going to high stick the rod. I think he is too experienced to commit such a mistake. I think he damaged the rod when he was leaning it on the boat or when he transported it in the truck, something like this. It was never the fish that broke it. Well, too long for that question. Now I'm expecting more bites, but we'll see. After the rain. See, we got, basses munching on some shadow over there. I mean, they're just exploding. I have a swim bait here too. Yeah, we caught these two fish right away when the rain stopped. Let's see when the rain stops if we're gonna catch two more. Well, I say two, we lost the second one. What budget rod? For carp fishing and catfishing, it's very hard to beat the ugly stick tiger whites. Very hard to beat. They're very bendy. They have good blank for carp fishing, and it's not a compromise. They feel good. Do you prefer carp fishing over the spinning fishing? You mean ultralight fishing? In Bulgaria, they say spinning when you're fishing ultralight with a spinning rod, but everything is spinning really. I'm doing spinning fishing right now. But no, I no longer, I used to prefer carp fishing, but now I don't because it's impossible for me to get me here to sit for 3-4 hours in the fall or in the spring when the fish are biting. Even in this lake, I can go by those trees over there and catch a bunch of crappie and bluegill in the fall or in the spring. But right now in the summer, all the fish is deep. You gotta fish this deep brush, or I don't like deep fishing. And it's very hot, you get sweaty. Here you can relax. So in the summer, I prefer carp fishing. But in the spring or fall, wrong time for carp fishing. That's right. It's actually not a problem while you carp fishing to have alarms on the rods and be casting a little swim bait or trout magnet or whatever. I've done that and I've caught fish right here. And I can catch a fish to prove it to you. I can catch a fish right now. If I catch a little trout magnet back towards the weeds, I will catch something. But I'm doing a live stream now. Maybe we'll do it later. On the tiger. I don't like pop-ups for carp fishing. Pop-ups don't work good for carp fishing unless the bottom is extremely soft and sinky. If it's so soft that your method feeder or the lead sinks in the mud, okay, then maybe. But otherwise, if your bottom is normal Carp feeds off the bottom. Hey, John Mark Torre from Philippines. What's up, brother? Philippines is actually one of my major viewing countries. Do you guys know why I don't make any money from YouTube? Have I told you that? Why I don't make any money from YouTube? Because only like 42% of my views are from United States. And 55 to 60% of my views are outside United States. And let me tell you, views outside of United States bring no money. There's no marketing, there's no money, even in Europe. Only views in United States bring you money. So my channel already is kind of small, and then half of my views are outside United States. Makes for no money. No woven. I mean like a silk, soft like a silk. Actually, I'm planning on making my own ultralight rod sleeves. They're gonna be from extremely soft, silky material. Probably maybe even the same like my gloves. It will be just to protect the blank from damage during transportation, for nothing else. No, I don't have travel rod recommendations for anything. I've never bought a travel rod. I don't travel. When I do travel, I don't fish. I went to Florida, full of ponds. Florida is the state of ponds. There is ponds everywhere. Every hotel has ponds in every direction you can look. I didn't bring an ultralight rod, although I wanted to catch one of these black bluegills from Florida. But I was so busy when I was in Florida with the kids, with the business. I didn't know where I was going. It's all on my shoulders. It's very stressful. For the rest of the family, it's just fun. But my wife doesn't know anything. Where are we going? What are we doing? She doesn't know. She's just a happy camper. She's like, la, 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 we're going to Orlando. And you get stuck in traffic. And then my car was making a bearing noise. I gotta get that bearing. I think the front right wheel, the bearing, the wheel bearing needs to be replaced. And you don't want to find out right when you're driving to Orlando that you get a bearing noise. My Nissan Maxima, 10 years old. It's time to start fixing stuff. I bought it brand new, but it has 95,000 miles now. Wheel bearings. It's time. It's time. Actually, I forgot about it. I need to get that checked. Favorite bait of choice for carp? If there is no bluegill or channel catfish, if you fish a big lake where there is a lot of predator fish and the little fish, nuisance fish, is only on the bank, my favorite bait of choice is sweet corn from a can. Corn and sugar is unbeatable combination for carp. I don't think that any company, Fox, I don't care who it is, I don't think any company can make ever a bait to defeat sweet corn. Sweet corn will never be defeated as a bait. But if you're fishing a shallow river, shallow lake, full of bluegill and other nuisance fish and turtles and little channel catfish, sweet corn doesn't last even 5 minutes. Then you can use fresh corn. You can use pretty much anything. Plastic corn works. Even if it's not scented, still works. But I caught the fish in this video using this. And this, let me have another piece. Gummy bears are very resilient. You're not gonna pull a gummy bear off the hook. If you drive it through the hook properly, this is not coming off the hook. And it's sweet, it smells good, it smells on orange or blueberry. Even better, you can buy those long gummy worms. All kinds of colors, cut them up. Now, gummy anything will not last because they melt, they dissolve more than an hour. But if you are rebaiting every hour, which if you fish during the day, you should rebait every hour. If you're rebaiting every hour, gummy worm is amazing bait. But if you fish overnight and you don't want to be rebaiting every hour, then you can use something like a boilie or something. But I hate fishing with boilies during the day. I never do that. Boilies or tiger nuts are only for night fishing for me. Carp doesn't like big baits. I don't know if I've told you that. Carp, even though it's a big fish, feeds with small particles all of its life, and much prefers, feels much more comfortable eating a bunch of small particles. These big 15mm boilies and 15mm, yeah, it will eat it, but I mean, if it's hungry, it will eat it. But I prefer corn, smaller baits. It doesn't want to stop raining, folks. I think if it stops raining, we might catch one more. Is it time to rebait? How long has it been since we caught the carp? If you fish with fresh corn though, or sweet corn, even 1 hour is too long for rebaiting. Even 1 hour is too long. Because something will find it and eat it. The only problem with sweet corn is that everything will eat it. Everything will eat it. Come on, man, it's time to get a run in the rain. Let's get another fish. Just one fish. That's a little slow, man. We got 2 runs. I thought it's gonna pick up now, but the rain came back. They don't want to bite right during the rain. I think if the rain stops, we're gonna get another bite. Why wouldn't they bite during the rain? It makes no sense. They should. Man, beautiful view. I would hate to lose this video, but if I don't catch another carp, I'll probably delete it. I'm not gonna leave 3-hour video with one fish in it. Morris Kaysen. You missed one carp, buddy, but there is no telling how long ago was that. Maybe an hour ago. Try scrolling. We did catch one carp, and right after the carp, we got another nice run. But I lost that one. Morris Kaysen, folks, might be my oldest subscriber since who is still here with me. Morris Kaysen, I remember that guy when I had like 120 subscribers and I was doing only carp fishing. Then I started doing catfishing. Then I started doing other fishing. Glad to see you still around, buddy. I had another very good subscriber from Tennessee. He sent me so much stuff. He kept inviting me to come to Tennessee to fish with him. He said he has a bunch of cabins here. Then I moved to Tennessee a few years later. But he either unsubscribed because I started doing too much ultralight fishing, or we had COVID and elderly people. I lost a few good subscribers during COVID. Raider Hayes, one carp about an hour ago. Try scrolling back about an hour ago. Now it stopped raining and I want to rebait the rods that are on corn to switch them to gummy bears. Yeah, let's do that. Let's switch this rod to a gummy bear. Yeah, let's switch this one to a gummy bear. Maybe even we should rebait even the gummy bear rods, because it's been like almost an hour. Maybe it dissolved already. Let's see if we have corn here. Yeah, we don't have corn. Good thing I decided to rebait. Because you can wait and wait, but you can blame the weather and you can blame the fish. But if you don't have gummy bear on the hook, it's really your fault. We're going to go all gummy bears today, folks. Let me put orange. I don't know how they feel about the blueberry. Let me put orange on this one until we catch a fish on the blueberry gummy bear. Let's go with orange. Man, I wish you could. It sits so good on the hook, and it's like, literally it's like putting rubber on the hook. It is tight as a rubber, like there is no bluegill that can take out a gummy bear from the hook. I promise you, they cannot take it out. The only way is to wait until it dissolves. Yeah, we waited here for nothing because we had no bait. Let's throw it back in the water. Now this rod I never once managed to cast properly. Never got a good distance on this one. And that's the one that is facing in the cove. That is very promising direction. We got some good carp this direction with Mr. Richard Jean. Let's try to overlay. That's not. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take this cast for sure. The other thing is when I'm casting pack bait, I kind of, even when I cast with a lot of strength, I always accelerate slowly. You don't want to whip it and have the pack bait fall off the feeder. So I'm always casting a little bit slow. I'm gonna leave this one for now. We'll rebait the other one with corn. Now this one I'm gonna leave corn on it, even if it does. Oh, you don't say now. It felt like a fish for a second. Sometimes when you try to reel it up, you lift it off the bottom, you will snag a carp that was right there eating or investigating. You're gonna snag them for the pectoral fins. I've snagged more than one that way. Uh-oh, the corn is still here. I don't like to see that. I don't like to see corn still here after 1 hour. That means there was just no fish there. There was just nothing there. 1 hour and the corn is still here. What the hell, man? Put some more pack bait. Oh, this pack bait. Oh my god, smells like these cookies my wife buys from Kroger. They have one chocolate cookie, but it's kind of thick and huge. Like one cookie can fill you up. It's almost like bread. They smell so good when they're fresh. My pack bait smells like, because I put a lot of cereal. It's 50% cheap cereal. Smells on the cereal, the sugar, the flavors they put to get your kids addicted. They literally try in the corporate office when they're discussing flavors, they try to get your kids physically addicted to their cereal. They try to get your kids physically addicted. Opale, man, this one always casts so good because it's so comfy. Okay. All right. This one is, I believe, okay. And I will even rebait the little Baitcaster. We're gonna put, should we throw the Baitcaster that way? Still by the bank, but I mean, we didn't even get a bite here. Loose reels. Loose had a big booth. I tried the spinning reels again. I keep trying stuff, even though I'm convinced they're garbage. But I try them again anyway, just in case they did get some new product. But no, I can confirm loose spinning reels are still complete garbage. Sorry, but complete garbage. Loose in their entire spinning reel arsenal. Entire $300 spinning reels they have. They have nothing that comes even close to the feel. Man, this corn is still here. That comes even close to the feel of Daiwa Legalis. Even the 2017 Daiwa Legalis. Loose has nothing that competes with that reel. You can buy a $300 loose reel, spinning reel. The Baitcasters are good actually. I don't know why. Baitcasters good. Spinning reels, junk. Just junk. Randy Blaukat. You guys know him? That guy bothers me a lot. There is not another channel on YouTube that bothers me so much. He talks about disinformation, but his entire channel from first to the last video is one huge misinformation campaign. Everything is intentional lies and misinformation and glaring incompetence. How to put a line on your reel. He showed you exactly how not to do it. So many people saw that video. He showed exactly how not to do it. But anyway, his favorite spinning reels, and he keeps recommending them on his channel. His favorite spinning reels are loose. Maybe he has some kind of a deal with them. He keeps pumping Mega Bass and loose. Let's try to cast this hook with my left hand. You guys see? I'm gonna try to cast it that way with my left hand. Yamale! Hey, that's not a bad cast. I'll take it. Better than going around and handing the rod around. That's a good cast. With the left hand. Watch this. Now we're gonna get a fish on this rod. I want you guys to hear this clicker. This clicker will get you. Yeah. Yeah. Man, everything is perfect now. It stops raining. We're gonna catch one more carp in the next 1 hour. At least one more. Maybe more than one more. This corn, by the way, I can eat it. There's nothing wrong with eating it. It's fresh. I just bought it. And it's been sitting in a fridge. So good. One cold drink all day. I know they put bad shit in these drinks. All kinds of sugars and caffeines, and even worse than sugar and caffeine. But when you're fishing, it's okay to take some drugs to keep you fresh. Just don't drink like a 6-pack of them. And have some water to wash it down. Man, everything is perfect now. Everything is perfect, folks. We gotta get a bite now. We have got to get a bite now. From Finland, Norway and Finland in today's live stream. Yeah, you guys have amazing perch. Perch from Finland, guys, and Europe. 1 pound perch is like nothing. They get over 3 pounds there. Perch get huge in Europe, and they're just as delicious. Perch fishing is what I would be doing if I lived in Europe, which hopefully I don't have to live in Europe, but you don't know. You cannot forecast anything anymore. California doesn't deserve the treasures that it has. You guys have amazing fishing for everything. You guys have amazing bass fishing, amazing crappie fishing, amazing trout fishing, amazing carp fishing. The only thing that I don't know what you big fish that you don't have is catfish. I haven't seen big catfish out of California. But I don't think that's a big loss. Oh, I'm sorry for skipping. Where is your question? Let me scroll. Which rod is more sensitive? The new Beleza that you have or the Carabus? Also, which is more parabolic? Oh, that's a very easy question. The Carabus is, of course, more sensitive. Like, not even close, because the Carabus has 99.9% carbon blank, and it has titanium guides with torzite inserts. I don't care who makes that rod. You make a rod with 99.9% carbon blank and titanium torzite guides, you're gonna get a very sensitive rod. The Beleza UX, the Beleza UX has much cheaper blank. It's still a nice blank. I don't know, it's 30 ton, 40 ton, but it's not like 99.9% carbon blank. It's still a nice blank, but it's much cheaper blank. The guides are steel, and the inserts are thick and thick, not thick like you're sick, but silicon carbide. So obviously the Beleza will not be in contention with the Carabus in terms of sensitivity, but I personally find sensitivity severely overrated in terms of importance for ultralight fishing. Like, okay, sensitivity, everybody cares for sensitivity, so do I. It's nice to have a sensitive rod, but what about playing a fish? Why does nobody care about playing a fish? Everybody reviews rod sensitivity. That's why they make complete garbage rods like Abu Garcia Barbatus, almost like the Bulgarian soccer player Berbatov, who played many years in Manchester United, scored some beautiful goals for Manchester United. But I have never seen anybody except me talk about the joy of playing fish, and is a rod good for playing fish? A bass rod is incredibly sensitive, and it's absolutely nasty for playing fish. If sensitivity is all that you care, you're gonna miss on a bunch of good rods. Carabus is much more sensitive, but it has a solid tip. Therefore, it has extra fast action. Therefore, you'll be casting and fighting the fish only with the tip. The first half, very stiff. Not too stiff, but extra fast action still. So I personally, between the two rods, even though the Carabus is much more expensive, I would much rather fish with the Beleza UX than the Carabus. Much rather. Which is why I sold my Carabus and I will never sell my Beleza. I would rather pay 300 for my Beleza than buy another Carabus for 150. I don't want it. There you go, we answered your question. Shimano or Daiwa? Shimano. If I have to choose, I would choose Shimano. But I hope I don't ever have to choose, because it's like choosing between blondes and brunettes. You don't want to give up either. But, oh, now that, my friends, is a carp bite. And let me set the hook. Yeah, why? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We just cast this one on the corn. You gotta be kidding me. We missed another. That's the second in a row we miss. You have guts to be kidding me. I gotta set up the hook next time. All my fault, folks. I apologize. Too much messing around. Lift the rod, set up the hook. How is that possible, man? That was a good bite. Oh man, second one we missed. We are 1 for 3 today, folks. 1 for 3. That is embarrassing, bro. 1 for 3 is very low, but we're gonna catch more now. We're gonna catch, I promise you. Hang around. Hang around, folks. I promise you, we're gonna catch some more. After the rain, did you see how after the first rain we got 2 bites right away? We caught one of them. Now it stopped raining, we got a bite right away again. It started running, but I wanted to show it to you. Didn't set the hook. You would think that after that much pulling, that hook would set. And it probably did set, but they can throw it. They shake like a horse. Okay. This line is too tight. I don't like tight line. I want a little bit of belly on the line at all times. Oh my God. I don't know. This one always casts in the middle, all the way there. This one always casts so good because it's comfy. This is the best angle. Bimini top really bothers me. Bimini top really bothers me. But we're gonna get more, folks. Now that the rain stopped, they're gonna start biting. Where they gonna go? Yeah. Come on. Do I need to rebait anything? I don't think so. I am pretty hungry though. I am pretty hungry. Let me tell you, maybe I will eat some of that sweet corn. I'm not kidding. I might eat some of that sweet corn. Just half of it. I don't need the whole can. Maybe just half of it. Man, 1 fish for 3 bites. That is bad. 3 good bites. I mean, runs. It's one thing to shake the tip, but once you get a run, to lose the fish like that. Look at this weather and this background, folks. Look how beautiful. This one is always tight. That's why I cannot catch a fish. Better be slack. Better slack than tight. Tight is no good. Tight, they can see it. When the line is tight, it's coming off the bottom like a wire. What is this? Some kind of bug. Oh man, a wasp. Oh, now I killed it. Now I killed it and it's killed it on my net. Ah! Shoot! I tried to flick it, and as I flicked it, got stuck to my finger. I don't want no wasp stuck to my finger. Where did it fall? Where did it fall? I don't want to sit on it now, because I killed it. Kinda, halfway. Okay, hopefully that's the last thing we mention about this wasp. Beautiful. Now, part of the beauty of carp fishing is the convenience and the beautiful background. If I have to fish from the bank without shade in the sun and some bugs are eating me and you're looking towards the middle of the lake and it's kind of ugly, I'll probably give up carp fishing altogether. I don't have energy for that anymore. But here with the boat, that's actually the reason I bought the boat. I didn't buy the boat for crappie fishing. That's not what you want for crappie fishing. This is a carp and catfish boat. But with the boat, you go find a little spot, you anchor. Now you're facing a beautiful background. There is no people to annoy you. There is no snakes in the grass. I went here fishing from the bank one time. Freaking cottonmouth came under my rods. My rods were on one of these European rod stands with the alarms. Came and curled under the rods. And my daughter, I don't know what's wrong with that girl. Oh, let me go see it. Are you crazy? She wants to go see the cottonmouth. These snakes, I don't know if they're curious or something. There's so many people. We're all fishing from the bank there. So many people. This snake comes out with 20 people around and curls under my rod pot. Okay, catch up to see some questions. I can sit over there now. Okay. Nice. Pet detective. Best purchase from Holland. I was watching one time a perch fishing tournament. People were fishing. The tournament was simultaneously in several different countries. But it was very disappointing to see that nobody was interested in ultralight fishing. The perch they were doing was exactly like the American bass fishing. The rods, the lures. I know perch is big, but it's not that big. It's a little bit bigger than here, but they were using the medium heavy rods, the big crankbaits. Especially if you fish from a boat. If you fish from the bank, sometimes you need strong rod to, you know, if you have weeds in front of you or rock, you want to pull the fish around the rock or something. You can find an excuse. But if you fish from a boat, open water, why do you need this heavy rod? Perch is really a terrible fighter. They don't pull that much even when they're fresh, and they tire very quickly. I think perch should be strictly ultralight fishing. If you fish for pleasure, if you fish for tournament, okay. You want to yank them out as quickly as I can. All right, fine. Use the bass rods then. But if you're fishing perch for pleasure, nothing more than light power. Nothing more than light power. But if you ask me, ultralight this as much as you need. Oh, realistic fishing in the house. Man, you missed only one carp for 3 hours. Really bad. Really. I mean, I got 2 more runs, but I was doing a little bit of show boating and showing the run, and the carp said, you know, bro, if you don't want to play, I'm not doing this. And he left the show. So next fish we see, I'm gonna set the hook, lift the rod first, set the hook, make sure we catch one more fish. Yes, sir, you got it. That's exactly the one I recommend for carp and catfish. Amazing rod. Quantum Myth 7'6" medium heavy. This rod has the guides, the blank, and the reel seat of the $300 Shimano Terramar. The exact same guides, rod, blank, everything. The only thing is, you still have to pay $150 to buy a quantum rod. It's well worth the $150. The rod has amazing components. It's a beautiful rod. I mean, it's not only amazing bent blank, but it's also beautiful. Long cork handle for the rod holders here. I mean, it's amazing rod. But I wish we could buy it for $120 or something. They start from $120, but the 7'6" medium heavy is $150. However, the guy told me, I talked to the guy, I told him, you are kind of copying Shimano Terramar, aren't you? He didn't say I'm copying, but he said, yeah, they're very similar. They are very similar. The color, the guides, everything. But the Quantum Myth is better than this Shimano Terramar. I'll tell you that. The guides are more expensive, much more expensive. The blank is stronger but lighter. It's amazing rod. We're doing carp and catfish today. It's okay. That's right. I'm not very far from Dale Hollow, but I've never been there, and it's a long ride to do by yourself. But guess what? I talked to Richard Jean, and all of a sudden, he's a big carp fishing fanatic. I mean, he's naturally like a kid interested in carp fishing. He wants to go to Dale Hollow. So I'm thinking in November when they drop the water, so it's a little bit easier to find them. You know, Dale Hollow is like I forgot, 60,000 acres or 120 or 200, was some stupid big lake. Like, there is no telling where to go. I mean, I know some spots, but it's a huge lake. But when they drop the water, the grass is out of the water. Much easier to find carp. So I'm planning on, we'll take Richard Jean and we'll go there for one overnighter just for carp. I might mess around for crappie a little bit, but it's gonna be a proper carp fishing trip. I'm gonna get the Delkim alarms. Folks, let me tell you, you haven't experienced everything in fishing until you hear the sound of Delkim alarm in the middle of the night. This is a rush like. Not the Chinese alarms, they don't sound nice. Delkim in the middle of the night. And then they kick in second gear. They have alarm with 2 gears. Oh my god, when the Delkims kick in second gear, such a rush. You wake up and what's going on? Which one is it? Oh my god, incredible rush. The only comparable rush is when I was fishing Lake Michigan, trolling for salmon at night. And you can't see very well. And when I finally got a salmon run on one of my salmon rods, just doubled up. One of these reels with the clicker. Just, oh my god, your heart will jump out through your mouth. Because you can troll for hours without a bite. And then you finally get a bite. Oh my god. The rush. Delkim alarm run in the middle of the night. Hire a guide and experience this. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's something else. This line is too tight. I don't like no tight line. Do we need to rebait anything? Do we need to rebait anything? Realistic fishing, if you are if you free up, I know you have some stuff to take care. If you free up, you can come right here on this spot. We're gonna set up, catch some carp. We can try at least. Today is really slow, man. I've never had such a poor trip here. Every trip with Richard Jean, we got a dozen carp. Now that I'm live streaming, just 3 runs. But we can come here, can make video, we can do live stream. We can do changing live streams. Every hour and a half we can change. That phone is about dead, the battery. If the video ends abruptly and I have a microphone plugged, so I can't charge it, but if the video ends abruptly, the battery died on the iPhone. But this spot here, I love it. It's a little bit out. There is a marina over there. Because of the marina, this whole cove is no wake zone. So even if a boat comes, they can't just zoom and shake you up. So I can sit here. I can even take a nap if it's by myself. I can take a nap. Somehow I can still hear these rods. I have fallen asleep and I can still hear them. Eat food, you gotta bring, I have a cooler, you gotta bring snacks, food, and that's it. Now I gotta show you behind me, there is a nice weed line in 7 feet of water. I did dump an anchor right in the middle of the weeds, but I'm sure there is still fish here. You guys want me to prove to you? It's pretty boring. Maybe I should cast the swim bait around here. Try to catch an ultralight fish. That will be too distracting. I don't want to. That will be distracting. And now my pants are wet. Because the carpet was wet there. Oh, come on, one more carp. I'm not gonna keep the video, folks. We're gonna do another video. For only one carp, I'm gonna delete it. That's embarrassing. One carp in 3 hours, 4 hours. I don't even know how long ago it started. Man, everything is perfect. I don't know what to change. I don't want to change nothing. Maybe let's rebait the... Let's see if this one melted. This one had the gummy bears. Man, this reel is so freaking smooth. JDM Shimano Sahara from 2017. The new Saharas are better. They're better. But I don't need the new. If this one feels so good. Let me show you after about 1 hour. Pack bait still here. Gummy bear in perfect condition. But this is the blueberry gummy bear. Maybe let's switch to, I don't know, let's switch to corn. I don't know. I think gummy bear is better than corn, but when I'm not getting bites, I keep switching stuff anyway. I knew this rod had everything, by the way. I knew it had pack bait, I knew it had bait, hook bait. I knew it had everything. Because I cast it so far, there is no bluegill that deep. But because they're not biting, I get restless. When they're not biting, I get restless and I keep rebaiting. By the way, when you cast on the right spot, sometimes you get a bite in like 5 minutes. That's why I don't mind rebaiting. It's important to fall for your whole pack bait thing to fall in the right spot. Okay, let's cast it in. A little bit to the right if possible. Yobale! Decent cast, I'll take it. Decent. At least decent. I think it's very good. I think this cast is very good. And I will rebait the other one with the gummy bear. But I'll keep the gummy bear on it. But just to make sure, I don't know. I don't really know. I don't have a good excuse or explanation except that when they're not biting, I keep recasting and rebaiting. Man, this one is perfect. This one is just perfect. I will put fresh orange flavor gummy bear. It's gotta be no carp around. How can you pass on this delicious gummy bear? Give me one. Oh. Delicious. Bite is just slow today, folks. This is just slow. Because, okay, if they're biting on the corn, I will switch to corn. If they're biting on the gummy, I'll switch to gummy bears. It's just slow. I haven't seen one carp jump here in 4 hours. That's incredible. Okay. Bail is open. Good cast. Good cast. Very disappointing. Everything perfect. Except no cooperation. Man, the bird started singing. It's amazing here right now, folks. It's amazing here right now. We never heard that clicker. Yep. Brian Nordberg, exactly. Disoriented fisherman in the dark, exactly. I've slept in the boat and you get a Delkim run at night. You wake up and you don't, first few seconds, you don't even know where you are. You forgot you were on a boat, but you know you have a carp run, the Delkim. Even in your sleep, carp, Delkim is a carp run. My brain knows it. Delkim sound at night when the lake is quiet and the surface of the water is smooth and the sound waves, because the surface is so smooth, the sound waves travel a long distance. I have a bunch of trout fishing videos. I don't know if I have a trout folder with just trout. I should make a folder with trout fishing videos. I haven't caught any nice trout though. I think I caught one 3-pounder once, 3-pound stocker in Illinois, but I gotta have at least 10, 12 trout videos. Here in Tennessee, I gotta tell you, trout fishing is where I live, Middle Tennessee. I can't believe I'm saying this, but trout fishing is worse than Illinois. At least in these two, I've lived here only 2 years. And here the local authorities think that it's very funny to stock the river with some 8-inch trout and watch the faces of the fishermen when they set the hook and pull an 8-incher out. They think that's very funny. They think it's hilarious. They're having a good laugh. Look at that sucker. I don't know why they're doing this. I caught one winter, this last winter, almost 100 trout from the same spot. And they're all 8, 9, maybe 10 inches, not one eater. They thought it was hilarious. I've seen Randy, the trout magnet man, catch some nice trout from the same spot Maybe he's connected, he knows when they put the fish, because you gotta go there on the day they dump the fish in the water. There is some good fish when they dump it, I'm certain. But I don't know when they dump them. I don't go there every day. I go there sometimes 2-3 weeks after they dump them, and all of the big fish have been fished out. But there is a lot of small fish that people cannot catch because they use too big hooks and too big everything. Too thick line, too big bobbers, everything they use too big. And there's a bunch of little ones that nobody could catch, and I go and go tick, 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 tick. You know, trout fishing is actually one type of fishing where solid tip fishing with a solid tip doesn't bother me. I still prefer tubular, but it doesn't bother me. Because trout fight, they're very different than eel, but fight exactly like eel. Like 100 turns and twists per second. And if you fish with a tubular tip and braid, it's incredibly jerky. It's too jerky. Now if you fish tubular tip and mono, it's perfect. But if you fish with tubular tip and ester, it's still a little bit jerky fishing for trout. A little bit jerky because of how much they trash. So when I fish for trout, I like to have stretchy line, and solid tip absorbs, because it's so soft, absorbs the trashing very well. I don't even know why you need sensitivity for trout, because they don't really do subtle bites like a crappie. You need sensitivity for fishing for crappie. Trout, the way I fish at least, trout, magna, whatever, they hit so sudden. They hit so sudden and so strong, you're not gonna miss a trout bite. Come on, man, one more carp. Brian Nordberg sent me right away Dale Hollow pictures. Woo! That's why you go to... That's why you go to Dale Hollow, folks. That's why people from Britain pay $10,000 on average for 1 week fishing at Dale Hollow. I gotta catch me one of these. Hey Brian, my biggest is 41 pounds. I have 3 41 pounders. And never got anything bigger. But that looks like a 48 to me, maybe even 50, I don't know. That looks big. One gentleman, he forgot to check that he does want clips on the jig heads. He wants to pay the difference, but to get clips on the jig heads. However, you guys don't know, but I cannot charge you. Even if you approve, I cannot charge you, because I don't have access to your means of payment. He wants to pay the difference and get jigs with clips, but I cannot charge you for the difference. I can give you a refund, but I cannot charge you extra. You have to make a separate purchase. So when people want to do such a change, I cannot charge you extra. Now if he bought only 1 or 2 packs, I might give him the clips for free. But if he ordered 5 or 6 packs, that's a bit much. Have to figure how to do that. What are your thoughts about the new Excel? I just finished the video about the new Excel this morning. That's why I came fishing late. I disassembled it, compared it with the new Legalis. Of course, it's almost exactly the same reel, the new Legalis and the new Excel. There is one tiny difference, but I'm not gonna tell you now. We'll tell you the difference when I publish the video. However, that video is not gonna get published at least another week because I'm behind with a lot of other stuff. And the video is completely recorded, but it has to be edited. But I have to edit other stuff too. So probably will be the Exceller video review and comparison with Legalis. It's an interesting video, if I may say so myself. But probably will come the first week of August. Something like that. Yeah. Because I have other stuff that has to be published or has to be deleted. Because if it's too old, I don't like to publish videos from the summer in November. Or videos from May bluegill fishing. I deleted so much bluegill bed fishing. At least 10 videos I deleted. 10 videos I deleted. Because after I publish the videos with the big bluegills, nobody will watch me. On this lake, over there I made a video, in the marina. There was a huge bed with 200 little bluegill, right there. That marina every year has a huge bed. The whole marina is one huge bluegill bed. But they were all 7 inchers. Deleted it. So I want to publish my summer fishing stuff first. I did a video fishing all day with a 3-inch Kitech. That's going to be the next video. Very funny video. And compared it with fishing 2-inch Kitech. Just for bass. Do you get bigger bass when you fish with 3-inch Kitech versus 2-inch Kitech? That's a fun video. Can't wait to edit and publish that. Yeah, those were the days. You know, Brian, you know how it is with carp fishing. All of the carp I caught in Illinois, all of the big ones are from the same lake. And it's not even a big lake, it's a small lake. But I don't know what was with that lake. If you go to the carp forums, you will find it. That lake was people, the farthest I saw was one guy came from Minnesota to fish that Illinois lake for carp. Because 30 pound was, you were guaranteed if you fish all day to catch at least one 30-pound carp. And 40 pounders were not rare. They're rarer than 30s, but you catch one. That lake was amazing. I mean, we're catching this one. We're catching this one, boys. Let me set the hook. Come here, you. Come here. I am messing with you after missing 2 in a row. Good fish. Good fish. Yeah, buddy. Ow. Ow. Hold on now. Hold on. Hold steady. Hold steady. I teach my kids how to fight carp, because when they're reeling, the rod is like left and right. They're reeling like this. I'm like, hold steady. You don't even have to reel right away, because the first few seconds it is on a run. This fish is scared, it is panicked, it is running. You don't need to reel too much, just keep good pressure and hold steady. That's what I tell my son. Forget about my daughter, she can't even lift the rod when we do carp fishing. Carp fishing is too much for her. But my son, I'm like, dude, hold steady, dude. You're not that little anymore. He's 8, he cannot hold a rod. This one is not as big, folks. But it's a carp, very steady, but no head shakes. I love that. If you feel a head shake, it's either small carp or some kind of catfish. Yeah, buddy. Come here. Let me see you. Let me see you. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay. Come here. Oi. Oi. Come on. Can we get on a carp bite now? It would be nice to catch one more. Oi. Come here. Look at this beautiful scenery, folks. Why is... Because usually it's blowing 15 miles per hour from March all the way to June. The bite here is incredible, but it's blowing 15 miles per hour. It's very unpleasant for making videos. Now the weather is perfect. Ode, take it easy. Take it easy. Man, he's almost silver in color. Take it easy, buddy. Take it, come here. Yeah. You can hear the water displacement. Ain't no crappie. Take it easy. I'm sorry you guys can't see anything, but I have to make sure we landed because my performance in this particular session has been, it is safe to say, pretty disappointing. We don't want to lose any more fish than this. That was professional netting. Even if I'm saying it myself, that was one smooth professional netting. Yeah. Now I wish he was a little bigger, but my gosh, is he gorgeous. Brian Nordberg, you tell me, man, this one came on the corn. On the corn, and we don't have any more rods with corn. That's the only rod with corn. The rest are with the gummy bears. You tell me, Brian, why do carp anglers pretend that every carp is beautiful when half of them are super ugly? Now, in this lake, almost all of them are beautiful. That's why I come here. The lake across the street is full of carp, but they're black and nasty, and they have the little hump. Most carp is ugly. Why won't people accept that? Most carp is ugly. They hold them in the pictures, these guys from UK. They hold and they always look a little bit to the side. Like they're holding a baby, a newborn. What are this? This is a gross, disgusting carp. Sometimes they're black and defective and they have sores on the body, and he's still smiling. What are you smiling about, bro? Same thing with catfish. Man, channel cats are so fun, and he's holding some nasty black old male channel catfish with big head and skinny body. I mean, just ugly old thing. Take it easy, bro. But they pretend that, they always pretend they're so beautiful Now some carp is beautiful, but at least half of them are ugly. If you fish a river, in a river, 90% will be ugly. Maybe St. Lawrence River. I don't know why on St. Lawrence River, the carp that I see on the pictures are so big and fat and tall. Amazing carp. Even the bass on St. Lawrence River is very fat and tall. St. Lawrence River is one of the few rivers with 40-pound common carp. Now they say there is 40-pound everywhere. If you ask people, everybody says there is 40-pound on Tennessee River. Yeah, but show me a picture. Now the bow hunters actually do have pictures. But which reminds me, I forgot to tell you the story about what happened with my favorite little Finger Lake in Illinois for the carp fishing. One day, Brian, the bow hunters found out about that lake. One of them fuckers went to the carp forum, saw all of the comments and the pictures about the big carp, and guess what? They show up there, and not just one of them. They go in a whole gang, and they just, there is a few garbage cans there. I mean, they just fill up the garbage cans with trophy 30-pound carp. That's a freaking crime. That's a freaking crime. You know, the pay lakes in England, Brian can confirm, the pay lakes in England, they will pay 15 to 20,000 pounds for a 30-pound carp. Oh, come on now, bro. Come on now, bro. You can check this yourself. In England, the pay lakes need big carp. Carp takes many years to grow. They will go buy them from somebody else. So when they build a new lake, they have big fish right away. One 30-pound carp can cost 15,000 British pounds, which used to be a lot of money. Right now it's not, it's like $16,000 or $17,000. But people pay so much money to buy one 30-pound carp. And here in Illinois, people used to travel from Indiana, all the time from Indiana, from Iowa, from Minnesota, I told you, to come catch a 30, 40-pound carp. Where else you gonna catch? It's difficult to, carp is everywhere, but catching a 40-pounder is difficult. And these bow hunters found them, and they just massacred them. And the thing is, when you're bow hunting, the probabilities of killing a fish increase with the size of the fish. If they only killed a bunch of 15-pounders, fine, not a problem. But 15-pounders are easy to miss, you slip them. 40-pounders are bigger, slower. That's the ones they killed. That was a freaking crime. Beautiful fish, kind of small. I wish it was bigger. Look at the colors. That is how carp looks. Silver, beige, gold, even a little bit of red. No hump, no black. Beautiful, healthy fish. Just a little too small. But people filed complaints with the Illinois DNR. Why do you allow this? People got into physical confrontation a couple of times. And these bow hunters, usually they have very aggressive personalities, kind of nasty personalities. Sometimes they're armed. No, they would not budge. They kept coming and coming and coming until they killed everything. And it was no longer worth coming there for bow hunting, because they don't want to come to kill just one trophy carp. They want to come and kill at least 15. But that's how that lake got destroyed. DNR didn't do anything about. I talked to DNR about this lake. I told him, do you understand? This lake is like some kind of tourist attraction. People drive 6 to 8 hours to come fish here. And you leave a bunch of rednecks. I mean, let them go shoot Illinois River and Mississippi River are just a couple of hours, both rivers. Illinois River and Mississippi River are very close, both of them. Both rivers full of carp. Go shoot as much. If anything, you're doing good. If you shoot Illinois River carp, there is so much carp there, and they're all 10 pounds. They cannot grow 20, 30. There is no 20-pound common carp in Illinois River. I don't know why. There's a million 10-pounders, and that's it. Go shoot 10-pounders over there. No. We have to go. I mean, this is a freaking... It's absolutely gross and disgusting. There was one lake in the whole kind of vicinity there, and the bow hunters destroyed it. They fish this lake bow hunting too, though. But this lake is so big that I don't know. If they kill them, they kill them. They probably bow hunt Dale Howell too. Bow hunting can be even good. If you kill only 10-pound carp, bow hunting is actually good for the lake. It's good for carp fishing. It's good for everybody. But if you see a fish is 20, 30 pounds, that fish is very rare. That fish is rare. Let that one go. No, not Lithuanian accent, but Eastern European, so close enough. Bulgarian. Nobody knows about Bulgaria. And when they ask me, okay, what should I know about Bulgaria? I got nothing. The Cyrillic alphabet comes from Bulgaria. Not from Macedonia, not from Russia. Comes from Bulgaria. But that's pretty much it. Okay, 5:27. 6 o'clock, we're packing up, folks. 30 more minutes. I still don't know if I'm gonna keep this video on the channel. 2 carp in 4 hours. Now, we did have 4 good bites. If I landed all 4, that would be a acceptable performance. Is there time to rebait anything? I don't think so. Oh, delicious, man. This Rockstar is delicious when it's cold. If it's warm, it's worthless. It has to be cold. Let me sit here the last few minutes. So you guys can see me. I'm just talking. But 4 hours, I cannot sit here for 4 hours. It's inconvenient. Even now it's inconvenient. I want to lean a little bit, but all the Bulgarian people I've met are awesome. I wish I could say that. Every time I go back to Bulgaria, they steal something from me at the airport, or the cab drivers, they can sense I have American accent. And they have a little switch under the steering wheel. If they smell a foreigner, a little switch under the steering wheel, and the meter on the taxi starts driving you on a different rate. Different rate, about 5 times more expensive. Don't get intimidated. If that happens, just call the cops right away. They just get out of the taxi and call the cops, and they run away without even waiting for the cops. I had to do this a couple of times. How are you from Houston? What Rockstar flavor? That's the only one, the orange color, the only one that is not carbonated. I cannot drink carbonated drinks. It's really very much like an orange juice, to tell you the truth. But all of the disgusting burping, I don't like to burp. I don't like carbonated drinks. They're definitely not healthy. That's the only one I drink. The 186th element is in the house. Howdy. Houston. Let me tell you a quick story about Houston. By the way, I'll be shutting down the show in 25 minutes. 6 o'clock, we gotta go. I'm surprised this iPhone didn't die. By the way, leave me a few comments about, I want to do this again when the action is better. Leave me a few comments about, please, video quality, audio quality, and the angle of the camera. If you have any recommendation to make it better the next time, hopefully next time we're gonna get more fish. But in Houston, somebody ordered some jigs and floats. It was like $30-something order just before the hurricane. And the tracking number says package delivered. But he says, man, I didn't get any package. What can I do now? And I'm like, dude, there's not much you can do. You can go and ask them if they know where it was delivered, but they're not gonna tell you. There is insurance though. You can file a claim because everything that has tracking number has insurance. If it doesn't have tracking number, doesn't have insurance. On my website, if you buy $15 or up, you get a tracking number. If you buy only one package of jigs, you're not getting a tracking number. Don't email me. I'm already losing money shipping anything under $10. I lose money. But he had a tracking number. But my wife, being nice to everybody loves my wife. She has a big fan in the local post office. She drops their packages every day. Everybody knows her. He went and checked for her, and USPS actually knows where the package was delivered. They will not tell you because that exposes them to liability. Because they can always say, well, we delivered it. Look at the tracking number, says it was delivered. He says he wasn't delivered, maybe somebody stole it, and their hands are clean. But they can see where it was delivered because their system automatically detects the GPS coordinates of where it was dropped. So if it was dropped at the wrong house, they know. And we've done that to recover some expensive items. Wouldn't you believe it? I shipped back the Arity and they delivered it to the wrong house. And it says tracking number, it says delivered. But they delivered it 2 miles down the road. But the guy told us the GPS coordinates. Oh, here we go. And we went there and we got the reel. We got the reel. No. Why are we losing so many fish today? We lost it. Oh, come on, man. Why you guys? Somebody wink. Somebody do something that the rod is pulling. Now I'm gonna cast it one more time. We have 20 minutes. Why you guys? Come on, somebody say something. Interesting, I picked up some weeds. I thought there is no weeds. But okay, back to the Houston story. My wife asked her friend, and he saw that the package was sitting in a locker. These efforts, man, from USPS, these efforts, they can see the package is in a locker. But when he went to the post office to ask them, where is my package? They told him they don't know. But they knew it was in the locker. So I told him, listen, man, I know it's in a locker. It's in the local locker. But that's not information that you can use, but it's there. I promise you it's there. So he went back and he kind of tried to fight with them, and they said, no, we don't know where it is. We don't know nothing. So he filed a claim, and we put all the information there, the receipt from the order. And he ordered, again, the same stuff. And I felt guilty, even though it wasn't my fault, but I felt guilty, and I sent him a bunch of free gifts. And he emailed me just yesterday. Not yesterday, maybe the other day, 2 days ago. He's like, first of all, your floats are effing awesome, man. Second of all, you're not gonna believe it, but I got 2 packages today. Not 1, but 2. So they delivered to him the reorder. And 2 months later, I don't know, 2 months. I think about more than a month for sure. Once he filed the claim, now they found that the other package was in the locker. Now they found it. So anyway, if you didn't know that, you should fight with USPS if it says that the tracking number, the tracking number says package delivered, but it's not in your mailbox. USPS knows where it is. They know. Go there to the local office and don't take no for an answer. Literally, don't take no for an answer. Tell them, don't give me this bullshit. I know very well you can see where you dropped it off. Tell me where my package is. And they're gonna pretend, oh, we don't know, no, we don't. Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know. But anyway, there was a happy end. He got 2 packages and a bunch of gifts. So he was very happy. But I cannot investigate every lost order with my wife's connection. Unfortunately, because you know how it is. You want to keep it for important stuff. Like when I lost the Luvias Aerity. Guy from Georgia sent me the Luvias Aerity for review. I send it back to him. It says delivered. $400 reel. Maybe $450. It says delivered, and he's like, oh man, it says delivered, but I don't have it. I felt my left arm went numb. I'm like, don't tell me now. No, not with this reel. It's one thing to lose a few packs of jigs. So I sent my wife there right away. They gave us the exact house, 2 miles down the road, the exact house. And the guy got the Luvias Aerity. He never said nothing. He was going to keep the reel. But my buddy went there. He went to his work. He found out where he worked. He went to his workplace. They got the reel. Okay, 15 more minutes. So if you think about it, we got 5 runs today, but only 2 carp. Very disappointing performance from yours truly. You can blame the fish, but if you get 5 runs, those of you who've done carp fishing will tell you 5 runs is not something to complain about. Because you can very easily blank 2. This fish too, I wanted to enjoy a little bit the run. But they pull and they shake it back, and they can, because of the feeders I use with very short leader, they use the leader for leverage to throw off the hook. You gotta set the hook and hold them. Without the weight of the method feeder, it's pretty much impossible to throw the hook with monofilament because the monofilament is so stretchy. But now that you have a 50-gram weight just 3 inches from your mouth, you can use the weight of the method feeder to shake off the hook. Even then, I can't believe the last time I lost so many fish. This is not only embarrassing, but kind of against the odds. You try to do this, you try to get these fish to shake off your hook, and you're gonna catch 5 out of 5. But when you're streaming, only 2 out of 5. Do you think big carp stay in deep water in the summer? No, they do not. First of all, carp will never, like in Tennessee, go deeper than 15, 17 feet of water because there's no food there. If there is no light, there is no food for carp. That's not catfish. Carp will go as deep as the sun can penetrate in your lake. That's the maximum depth. Even then, they love to feed in the banks. But the banks, you have boats, you have traffic, footsteps. They get spooked. But at night, they will come very close to the banks. 2-3 feet, they will come at night, very close to the bank. During the day, they're very shy fish. They'll get a little deeper, but like 6 to 10, 12 feet. But more than 10, 15 feet, you don't have light. without light, you don't have any life on the bottom. You don't have bugs. You don't have zooplankton. You don't have any kind of life without light. So if your lake has algae, the carp is not going to be deep because the algae prevents the light from going very deep. Now in Minnesota they have these nasty weeds everywhere that the weeds eat up all the algae. And in Minnesota you can fish 20 feet deep. I can't believe it, I just cast it and I think we got another bite on the same rod. Now in Minnesota it's possible to be 20 foot deep and see the bottom. And that's not a good thing. That's not because you have clear water. The water is still polluted with mercury from the coal plants. And food consumption is still restricted. But you can see 20 feet deep because they have these nasty weeds that eat up all the algae. And when there is no algae, the sun can get very deep, can get 20, even more than 20 feet deep. So yeah, in Minnesota, they can find stuff to eat even 20, 22 feet deep. Even then, I wouldn't fish 20. I would never fish for carp 20 feet deep. It's just against the odds. Even if there is fish there, even if you can catch them there, that's like the maximum depth. But it doesn't mean that it's a good idea to fish 20 feet deep, even in Minnesota. I would tell you in the summer, the golden during the day depth is around 10 feet. 10 feet is golden. That's where I'm fishing over there. The whole thing is 10 feet. 6 feet is also good if you can keep quiet. If you're casting small method, you don't disturb the water too much. You can fish in 6 feet too. But if you're casting these 5-ounce method packs in 6 foot, big splash, you spook everything. It will take 20-30 minutes to come back. Oh man, I got enough runs. I just couldn't convert. I couldn't convert today, folks. We gotta do this again. I try to convert. Stream post. Is battery dead? Yeah, battery is about dead. Okay. Battery is about dead, but we're about to leave anyway. Because the iPhone is completely out of battery, but we're leaving in exactly 10 minutes. And I'll let the iPhone die completely. Oh yeah, it is dead. It is stuck. I should start moving again. Yeah, it's moving again. It will last another 10 minutes and then I'm leaving anyway. So let's try to get one more carp in the last 10 minutes. So hungry. I want to eat some of this corn. It is for human consumption after all. That's not sweet corn. That corn is salty, man. This corn is as salty as it is sweet. Which is okay, by the way. Carp loves salt just as much as sugar. People don't know that, but which animal doesn't love salt? Animals love salt more than sugar, if anything. They love salt more than sugar. I mean, wild animals will do stupid things for salt. Once they find a rock or something with salt, they will keep going there. You've seen those goats. You've seen those goats do stupid things. Climb the dams of the lakes and do stupid things for salt. Before they bulldozed the forest behind my house, we used to have I don't know if it was 1 herd of deer or 2 herds, but there were 11 of them. They would love the salt, especially in the winter. They would come and all of them turn around. I put a big block of salt. They set up in a circle and lick the salt. Even for us, we need salt. Humans need salt. We don't need sugar. Sugar is bad. Salt, we need salt. We take too much salt, that's a different problem. But at least we need a little bit. But sugar we don't need at all. We don't need no sugar for nothing. Okay, last 5 minutes. Man, just 2 carp out of 5 runs. Nothing on the little rod. Nothing on the little rod. I definitely ate too many gummy bears today. They're so delicious. How do you eat only one? They pack them full of sugar and then they tell you eat 1 per day. Bro, I can eat 1 jar per day. How do I stop at only 1? This drink when cold, so good, especially if you wake up in the morning with a little bit of headache from, I don't drink anymore, not even beer, but allergies, stuff, you wake up with just a little bit of headache. This one can get rid of a tiny little headache. It has some kind of chemical inside, probably just caffeine. But this can get rid of a tiny headache. Works. Of course, I shouldn't be drinking this that late in the day. And look at this paradise, tranquility. Look at this, just absolutely perfect. But the bite was slow. There's no other way to putting it. Bite was slow. Maybe I messed around too much with gummy bears. Maybe if I had just, I don't know. The one good fish we caught on gummy bear. That's why I switched to gummy bears on all rods. Didn't bring a garbage bag. Come on, fish. 1 more carp. 5 minutes left. Is it gonna be or it's not gonna be? By the way, the stream is some good 30 seconds behind. Maybe not 30, but 15 seconds behind. Look at the mess I did. The good thing is these breadcrumbs on the highway, they're gonna be gone. They're gonna be gone on the highway. Now what to do tomorrow? It will rain all day. But does this mean you can't fish? We have to decide. It will rain all day tomorrow. Did you do saltwater fishing? I've never done saltwater fishing. But this winter, I'm determined to go take the kids and the wife, find a reasonably priced hotel, let them do some swimming and fun in the hotel, and I want to do some saltwater fishing, ultralight fishing. These hotels, man, when you search for hotel, they say $80, $70. You're like, oh man, how are they so cheap? By the time you check out with all of the resort fees, from $80, I end up paying $180. $80, I'm like, oh man, I can stay here all week, so cheap. But $180 per day, now you don't want to stay too long. 3 days is already $540. Very disappointing. Everything was perfect. I can't even blame the rain. I don't think the rain has to do. Why after the rain we had hour and a half, we didn't do nothing. But we're gonna do this again, folks. We're gonna come better prepared. And we're gonna do it again. Tomorrow I might get up very early, like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, and go fish for just 3 hours. It's still enough. 2 or 3 hours, because I think it starts raining like 9 in the morning, but you get sunlight 6 in the morning. So what about from 6 to 9? If I wake up early enough, I can fish from 6 to 9, catch enough fish for a video, and be back home by 10. And do some orders. Sundays, a lot of orders. Wow, looks beautiful. I can't believe this is live. At least on my phone, the picture looks beautiful. It's not freezing. Maybe next time I will throw one rod on cut bait, just to have more fun in the video. Because on cut bait, I guarantee you I'm gonna catch some kind of little channel catfish. They're full around here, full of them. In the spring, in one of the fishing trips, we had the first 3 fish were channel catfish. The 4th fish was a carp. $5:58. 6 o'clock, 2 more minutes, folks, and I'm ending the stream. You can, if you want to see the fish, rewind probably the next 2 or 3 hours. Maybe I'll leave it tonight. but then I'll probably delete this video. I don't want people watching, even though we covered a lot of interesting topics. I don't want people watching 4 hours for one fish. Wonder if I can do live stream ultralight fishing. If I point the camera towards the front of the boat. Now I did it in Chicago for sure. Live ultralight fishing on Calumet River. I caught 49 fish on 50 casts, 49 perch on 50 casts, live. That video is on my channel. But there you have excellent internet because you're fishing downtown Chicago. And here it's very iffy. Here is okay, just over there a little bit. Only 1 bar. If you're behind the woods here, maybe there is antenna right here behind me. This cove is very good. But just here around the corner, it drops to only 1 bar. 6 o'clock, folks. Hey, thank you very much for everybody who kept me company. So quite a few thumbs up too. I appreciate that, every one of them. But this one ends here. And trust you me, we're gonna repeat this again. I kind of liked it. Everything was nice, enjoyable, relaxing, except we didn't catch fish. But next time we're gonna do better. Or I'm gonna get my ultralight, or we're gonna do something else to catch something next time. But that's the end of this one. Thanks again, folks. Bye-bye.